bunch of overlays, and now I don't know where they put them.
It's slobs, man. Honestly, you gotta stick to just regular ass OBS. Regular OBS does so much better with this.
Hey!
Oh snap! It's Pete in the house. Vegas local, first chatter.
Hey, what's up? Welcome.
How we doing?
We got an event happening.
You should be here, Pete. You gonna let Quest take everybody down? All right. I'm excited for this. I'm ready. I got Twitch chat here. I got what do you call it, chat? Man, I gotta find a place, an appropriate place to put this where I'm actually like, you know what? Hold on. We can sit it right on top. No, I don't know. Maybe on top of this tape here, gaff tape. This might do it. That way I can kind of look at chat and kind of be responsible here. There we go. Oh no, that's not gonna work. I was feeling good about that for a second, and then we lost it. And we lost it. Welcome, though, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can we do this? Is this gonna work? No. Yo. Oh, there we go. It's starting to get started. Sweet. Well, appreciate you, Pete. Appreciate you. Okay, this will work. This will work. All right. So we're starting the event now. I hope you guys are excited to check this out here. We got one viewer in the chat, but it's only for right now. We're waiting for everybody else to pull up here. Should be fun. For everybody on TikTok who's tuning in right now, please and thank you. Check us out. This tournament will be hosted live at Darkside Games LV at Twitch. Just look for that, Darkside Games LV on Twitch, and yeah, we'll be ready to go here in just a second. They have not sat down, so you got to look at my ugly mug here for a little bit while we're waiting. But yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, we got them all starting to sit down now. They're starting to settle in and get ready. Let me see if I know any of these players right now from the first round here. I'm very excited to see where this is going to go. Low-key should actually right now. Oh, my phone. I was going to say I should on my phone tune in as well, but I guess we'll leave it alone. There we go. Alright, well they are starting to sit down, so we're going to move the camera off my face and we're going to head over to check out everybody else and see what they're getting into. Alright, they're not mic'd up just yet, but if you go to Darkside Games Twitch, you'll be able to see the actual action instead of looking at me, but anybody who wants to look at me, I'm happy to look at me and you, please. Let's see what we got here. If you guys are on speaker 5, you will be mic'd up and it is on stream. So don't curse. Leave that up to me. I'll be the one cursing.
And if you don't want to be mic'd up, you are mic'd up if the camera has a mic.
That's right. You don't get a choice.
Magic players, welcome to Darkside. Thank you for coming to Darkside Derby. We have 21 players today. That's going to be Swiss of 4, cutting to top 4.
Alright, so they are doing the preliminary rule set from our head judge here, Chris Yee. So he is letting everybody know, what the rules are and kind of getting everybody up to speed with how everything works. So he's going to talk about the prize breakdown a little after. I think you can hear all that. I'm probably just talking. So let's see what we got here. We got a Kinnan. We've got a Malcolm Vile Smasher. A Kenan Malcolm Vile Smasher. What else do we have our opponents playing with? Wow, he had to tell them keep the streaming table clean. Like they're not going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. All right. Is that an... Oh, that's an Anala. That's Sebi on the feature table in the first game here. Okay, so we've got Sebi. I don't know who that player is, and I don't know who that player is, but I guess we'll find out. And an FAFO. And what is that? Valraz, the Scar? Oh, okay. Somebody is playing with a... What does that card even do? I feel like I need to look that card up. I don't know what that card does. I know that's from one of the Ravnica sets. I bet anything they're discussing it right now. Okay, we got a sleeper here. Very interested to see how this game is going to go. All right, Twitch chat. Can we get a W in the Twitch chat? Who do you want to win this game? Do we want the Dark Horse? Look at that. He has to read the commander already because he doesn't know what the hell it does. I don't even know what it does. I think it does something with like counters and sacrificing something. It's a black-green commander. I don't know what it does, honestly. So I guess we're all going to learn together here. But who are we rooting for, everybody? In the chat, tell me who we're rooting for. Are we rooting for Kenan? Are we rooting for Rogsai at home? Are we rooting for Inala Wizard Shenanigans? Who are we rooting for in the Twitch chat? Let me know. Okay, Seabass. We got somebody in here that is a Seabass fan. I love it. Sebastian, one of our local Las Vegas grinders here. He travels to quite a few tournaments. He's topped a few tournaments with this deck. So let's expect some really good play from him. Appreciate you pulling up first time, Mr. Fluffs. Let's see where we're at. All right, so we have one Instakeeper with Kenan. Got the first mulligan from our Grixis player with his Grixis pairings. Alright. Wonder if there's any new tech from Aether Drift that came out for Inala. I don't think there was too much for Kenan. Honestly, I have no idea what Valras is going to do. Like, this is going to be really interesting to see what Valras even does in the first place, because I honestly have no idea what Valras does at all. We'll find out. Again, everybody tuning in from TikTok, you want to go to Darkside Games LV's Twitch page. I can probably switch this up a little bit. Actually, I want to see something. Maybe I can like put some of the stream on. Oh, I can. Let's do it like this. This is going to be a little awkward, but I think I might be able to pull this off. Hold on. Yeah, so you guys can see what we're working with here. It'd be kind of hard. Or can I like pick it up and go sideways like this? Yeah, I could. But then I'd be holding on to my phone the whole time. That's going to be awkward. So yeah, maybe not that. But we'll leave it up like this so you can kind of see a little bit of what's going on. There's going to be a little bit of glare on screen, but I'll probably move the phone and put my face back on it here in a minute too. We'll see. Robbie, okay, what's up, Robbie? Hey, no worries, brother. No worries. Stay safe up there in Oregon, baby. And we're getting started here. Kenan is first. Kenan's hand is obviously... Oh, never mind. So that Kenan player is mulliganing now when everybody else is mulliganing? Okay. That's what we're doing, I guess. That's a little awkward. To see the Kenan player not be mulliganing when everybody else is. That's kind of tech, actually. The mulliganing after your opponent's mulligan. It's a little bit of tech, but we'll see. We could have certainly have been finished with mulligans a while ago. not used to, the two players not used to playing on camera right now. They are just letting those hands bleed. Let's see what we got here in the Valra. See if we see any interesting tech or weird cards or anything like that. What is that? Oh, okay. So he's just to 6. Looks like everybody else is kept. Okay, let's go. Let's take it away. Let's see what's gonna happen here. All right. First in turn order is Valras. We're drawing to 7. Oh, that's right. Boom. Good catch. Thank you. Starts off with an Elves of Deep Shadow. Alright. We've got a Misty getting cracked. So you do have to acknowledge the explosiveness of any of these Grixis-based decks. We have a weird matchup here. This matchup is quite interesting. So with 2 Grixis-based decks, you have a Kennen who is going to have to try to win over the top of the other 2 opponents. Honestly, like I said, Valras, we do not know. So this is typical, you know, Grixis player shenanigans. Let's get as much mana out as possible and try to do some setups here. Oh, there's a Mox. Alright, we got a Kennen turn 1. That's a pretty good start. Access 3 mana. Ah, never mind. I was going to say access 3 mana. We got access to much more than that going into the next turn. Going down to 2 cards in hand. Very explosive start. UC. Into a Soul Ring. Okay, another strong start. Talisman. Yeah. Signet. Or, not Talisman. We know what it is. And it is a Talisman. Had it right. Alright. So we got a fetch. I believe Valraz's converted mana cost is, or mana value, however you want to say it, is 3. I honestly wish I did have, you know what, I have my iPad with me here right now. We're going to bust that out so I can give you some live commentary on some stuff if there's a card I don't know. I forgot that I have my iPad with me here. Should be connected to the net here at Darkside. So I'm very interested to see what Valraz does, because I do not know, honestly. Let's see. Continue, and then we're going to search all cards. V-A-L-R-O-Z. No, that's a V-A-R. I don't know how you spell that. The scar shaped. There it is. Var rolls the scar shaped. So that is a 3-man. Oh, we played a Dark Confidant, and then we have our Malcolm out right now with a fish. So Valraz is each creature card in your graveyard has scavenged. The scavenge cost is equal to its mana value. So you exile a card from your graveyard and pay its mana cost, then put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to that card's power on a creature. And then you sack another creature, so he's a sack outlet built in to regenerate. So this is interesting. We might see some like cool tech. Let's see if we see some tech here. Kennen hasn't gone to their upkeep just yet, so we'll see. Alright, Kennen's getting there untapped, and we'll see what happens. Kennen has an access to 5/6 mana at the moment, so 1 off from being able to flip the first. Kennen slow rolling a little bit, honestly. The Kennen player is slow rolling some. We didn't expect that. He might be keeping mana open for interaction. Sebastian actually has quite a bit of mana access available right now, so he might be taking his time. I think we're all kind of on a Mexican standoff a little bit right now, trying to see who's going to make the first move. And I think rightfully so, everybody is putting the, assessing the Malcolm Bile Smasher as the threat. And it was that he got off the top of his deck with Bob, but it'll be interesting. Lose 2 life. Ah, is this an ad nauseum? No, it's not an ad nauseum. It's just something really expensive he's using the mana for. What is that? Lively Dirge. I did not know that card either. Yeah, it's probably one of those. Lively Dirge. So it might be a removal spell for Kinnan, I'm guessing, or something like that. Spree. So, it's Tutor. So he's trying to tutor for a lot of cards. Or I guess tutor and then bring some creatures back from his graveyard, maybe? I don't know. It just seems like a weird amount of mana to funnel into that. I guess he's trying to cheat a creature directly into play from his graveyard with the Lively Dirge. And I don't know why they're thinking hard about this, but I think that it doesn't need to resolve. That seems really sneaky, honestly. You're going to Entomb, and you're going to Reanimate for a total of 5 mana. So like a good card he could hit right now if he was trying to do something crazy. It doesn't look like he's playing sticker sheets, so maybe not a sticker sheet goblin, but him just getting like Hullbreaker, for example. If he gets Hullbreaker right now and he has a 0-cost spell in his hand right now, he could probably just win the game right now. So they can't let this resolve. Like, they literally cannot let this resolve. The fact that they're thinking about that this long is vexing to me. This could be all bad. And actually, no, it's mana value 4 or less, actually, so never mind. What could he be getting? Oh, Displacer Kitten. Same thing. If they let him rip a Displacer Kitten right now, they're probably dead. Yeah, yep. It could be a Thassa's Oracle, but he doesn't have the mana to, like, deconsult or anything like that. He's kind of just stuck on the blue. Displacer, though, yeah, it could be Displacer Kitten. I think if it is Displacer Kitten, then he just goes off this turn still. This is a really risky gamble. I did call that he was probably going to be the first one that they were going to arch enemy, and he went for it first. I don't know if it's the best play for him to go for it right now, but we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. This is a really interesting turn here. God help you guys. Oh, they let it resolve. Wow. Alright, let's see if he's going for the Displacer. What if he's getting the Fairy? What if he's getting the Fairy that lets him play stuff at Flash, and this is a value play? That's entirely possible too. But I smell some sneakiness right now. There's no shot that this is like value. He did just go past a Rev, so he's not going for Rev. He's not going for a value play. Oh, he's trying to kill everybody with Glithorn. Oh, they let it resolve. They're dead. They're so dead right now. They have to removal spell his commander or they're dead. Wow, I forgot about that. That people do Glithorns and stuff. Yeah. They're dead. They're dead right now. Yeah, me too. I completely forgot about it. I mean, you don't let that resolve. There's no shot that you let that resolve in any universe. So everybody losing here, if they lose, they earn this by letting that resolve. Gotta be honest. Gotta keep it a buck. I'm definitely gonna call one of them in here after this match here, and we're gonna talk about this if they someone takes this L. We're definitely gonna talk about this and see if they let the combat go through. Aha! Sebastian with the clean snap and the Oh my god. Fierce Guardianship. That's rough. Or is that? Yeah, it's Fierce Guardianship. That's not swap. Okay, well, Sebastian's the only one that had an out for that, and everybody else let it slide. The black player did not have a removal spell, and the Kennen player, as usual, being greedy. Yeah, so they're dead. Yep. Got blown out. Shouldn't have let it resolve. That's really interesting. Well, this is the power of cEDH, folks. This is the power of it when you just let somebody win the game. Man, I am so surprised. Not one piece of spot removal or anything. Everybody's going to take a damage now from the Glinthorn Buccaneers triggers. And then when the treasures enter the battlefield, he's going to sacrifice the treasures. And then after the treasures get sacrificed, he's going to cast himself a Cabal Ritual. Trigger the Glinthorn Buccaneer. Everybody loses one. Get the treasures. Boom, boom. Sacking the treasures. Here it is. Here's the loop, everybody. Game is over. What are we on? Turn 3? Yep. No Orcish Bowmasters. No nothing. Just let him get it. Let him get there. How hot would an Orcish Bowmaster have been right now? Like to just flash in an OBM and just like, cool, we got there. Alright, so the game is over. Congratulations to the sneaky Malcolm Vile Smasher player. Which honestly, that was so above board. Like they just let him have that game. But that's okay. That's okay. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in cEDH. That is the way it crumbles. So I'm gonna bring my man in here. It was GG's, yeah. It was GG's. I'm gonna bring my man's in here in just a second. Let me go ahead and get him in here. I don't remember what his name is, so we're gonna have him tell everybody what his name is and kind of talk about it. I will be right back in just a second. Let's go on ahead and stop this game. Put down the game. Now let's get our mans. Don't be shy. Chris. Kind of have to scoot in close to me a little bit here. All right, everybody. Well, we got our round's winner, James. Congratulations. That was a good game. That was an impactful turn, man. 10-3. Everybody just kind of let you just get there. You want to talk about what was going through your mind when you made that play?
So the turn earlier, I cast the Mystic Remora, and I had my Fierce Guardianship, and I thought about countering the mental misstep for some card draw. But because I already had Lively Dirge in hand and the mana to cast it, I figured holding to protect a win was better. And then I also had a Pyroblast in hand, which wasn't relevant because I didn't have the red for it. But, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, even in between them, you getting a treasure, that is like a little bit of sub backup at the Canadian rack with the line. So, well done. I mean, honestly, I didn't know what you were getting. I put you on like some weirdness like Displacer Kitten because I completely forgot that people went home bucking there. But, you know, so, I'm guessing that's what the opponents did. I didn't really get to hear exactly what was going on with the table talk there. Did you feel like you were safe to get that off?
I felt pretty safe when... the only response to my Mystic Remora was a mental misstep, and then the fact that Kennen was just mana, played a land pass, and then I don't know what to expect from the Golgari deck.
Yeah. We didn't even I didn't even remember what that card did. I had to like, literally look the card up and be like, oh, okay, so it's a sack outlet. He's doing shenanigans, but I mean, I was just like, no removal spell, no counter magic, no nothing, because I put the Kennen on holding something up at least. They had access to 5 mana super early in the game, and they didn't do anything at all. So, you know, typical greedy Kennen player, you know. So, well done. You got to get that in there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations. Hope to see you in the next round. Put in some work.
Thank you.
Anytime. So we have a lot of other players still engaged and active playing the game right now, but we heard it from the man, the myth himself. cleaning it out with that Malcolm Vile Smasher win. I don't honestly know how anybody let anyone do any of that at all. That's crazy. That's so interesting. Me as a blue player primarily, I don't let people get away with any of that at all. I'll just leave that like that. I don't usually let anybody get away with any of that, so that's really interesting. Like that, it was down to a 5-mana sorcery on the player's, winning turn to just close it out. I think I'm gonna have to look it out for that Lively Dirge. Honestly, that was pretty clean. That was a really interesting choice of a card right there. Like Lively Dirge, I feel like I could play that in... How much is that card? Let's look that up. I'm really interested in how much the card costs. That's an 80-cent card right now, Lively Dirge. It's 2 mana, Spree. The first mode is Search Your Library. It's in Tune for 3 mana. And the second mode is return up to 2 creature cards with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. 4 or less is a lot. It's a lot. And I mean, in the colors, you can do a lot of setup with that too. That's a really interesting deck, like a very interesting deck. Like, would love to see a deck list for that. I'm very interested in seeing, like, because that was too easy. He made it look so easy, didn't he, chat? Like, so easy. So easy. But yeah, that was a really cool game there. I mean, I'm excited to see what, next rounds have in store for us right now. I think we're going to have some cool tech and some really interesting things, pop in here in the next one. I'm excited for it. Chat, why are you guys not here? Why is chat not here? We heard from Mr. Fluffs. Mr. Fluffs in Oregon. Yeah, that was so smooth, wasn't it? Like, clean. And he was just so confident with it. I mean, you saw my man here, very confident with his assessment. Me personally, I would have been a little bit more afraid to, of Kennen having open mana there as well. And then, I mean, I suppose you're probably right on the assessment with the Grixis player not having anything, but the Kennen player, I for sure would have expected the Kennen player to have something. So it's very interesting that, it was down to a sorcery and they just let him rip it. We had a really exciting turn there right now, but that is the power of cEDH, isn't it, folks? That is the power of cEDH, where on turn 2, turn 3, somebody can present a win, and if you don't have anything, it's just it. It's game over. It's GG's. Well done, Big James. I've had a few games with him before. He's an up-and-comer for sure. Plays at Natural 20. He plays at, not Natural 20. He plays at Power 9 Games, I believe, from time to time. And in the background there, we got our judge, Chris, as our judge. It looks like he's doing a cool little judge call. Wish I had like a little sub camera I could walk around the room a little bit right now. If you guys want to follow me or check me out on TikTok, I'm live. I don't mind switching to the table view for a little bit here and then just kind of walking the room and, giving you a little sub stream here. How's that sound, chat? You guys TikTokers at all? I'm 40, and the fact that I have a TikTok right now is a modern miracle in technology. Modern miracle in technology, the fact that I've got a TikTok. Just keep it a buck, honestly. It's not just for dances anymore. You can get a lot of stuff off of TikTok. Lively Dirge, my God. Sitting here looking at this card, and I'm just like, I can't believe we got a Lively Dirge. Look at him. Look how he looks. He's just like, I just walked in and took that game. It was mine. That's okay. That's the cool thing about cEDH tournaments. You might lose one round, but that doesn't mean that you're completely out of the game. It just means that, you're going to have to go next. Have a good attitude. Those first round losses are always a stinger, but, doesn't mean that you can't clutch up and, win the rest of your rounds. It's a long game, especially in the big tournaments. I believe we have about 21 entrants for this event here. The prize payout, I believe, is $300 cash for the first place. Probably more based on attendance. I think it might have been if it was just 16 is the minimum. And then everybody else, they get anywhere from $100 to $75 in store credit, something like that. So look at the prize payout again. But this is a cash tournament here. we do quite a bit of like high stakes tournament games here in Vegas. It's a pretty common occurrence here for those of you who are not local to this meta. But yeah, it's a very robust, dynamic meta game. In my opinion, one of the better meta games in the meta, or in the world, I should say. Yeah, nobody on TikTok is pulling up, so yeah, we don't have to worry about TikTok. Although the keys want to just like end TikTok right now, because I got no cool setup for TikTok at all. Just got my phone. Man, I'm ready for the next round, chat. I'm ready. Ready for this next round to pop off here. Hey, Fluffs, do you have anything interesting up there in Oregon right now? Like, have you been to any stores or shops in Oregon yet to see, what they do there, how their metagame is, and, how things go there? I don't know anything about Oregon at all. I don't think they have much going on in their metagames as well. James in the background looking like he's the only guy that, got up and, just on the feature table, too. No pressure. Feature table. End the game real quick. Get up, walk around, see what everybody else is doing. Alright, well, let's return to the table. I'm going to do a little bit of walk around right now. If you do want to check me out on TikTok here, I will give you my TikTok address in the chat. You guys are welcome to follow me on there. I think it's 3,000, right? I think it's a high beam 3,000. I want to say it's that. Yeah, that's my TikTok. I'm going to do a little bit of floor walking right now, so that way we can kind of see what's going on in the rest of the tournament.
No, I just wanted to give it a shot, because I figure I put that down, force them to, because I play the land, put that down, force them, and then I go for the ad-naus with the protection.
Oh, okay.
And that was my mindset behind it.
My mindset was like, get counter spells out of their hand.
Yeah, for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's not wrong either, but I was just trying to press, because I figured if anything...
Do it before... Yeah.
Before he has a chance to go for his win.
You didn't have any more mana. You only had that one mana up, right? What did you cast that turn?
I just went for the demonic in response to his Ristic.
No, before. Why did you only have one
because
mana?
The blood moon, not blood moon, winter moon was out before I wheeled, so I didn't get to untap my lands. So I only got to untap one land and go into the wheel. But yeah, that was my mindset, because I figured try, like, if anything, this eats the counter spell.
Yeah.
And then
Then go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
looked
then
at.
if that eats another counterspell, I should have still enough if the calling the weak resolve.
Yeah, only I think only Logan had interaction. Sergio just had pieces. Yeah, even after the wheel.
Yeah, so that's why I figured it was the time to put it there. Like, I mean, it's just unfortunate that it was that.
Why was it in 7?
Judge call? Yes. Judge? That's names for the players?
Yeah.
Like with an overlay?
Yeah. So bottom right.
Yeah, I got you. It's like that. Cool. So I have a cool overlay that I use.
I made this for Darkside.
That's what I'm saying. I just have a cool one that's like. Have you ever seen any of the Dragon Society videos?
Yeah. A few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like an overlay that has like pictures. So if you wanted to do like if you knew they were doing like a feature, you could just get like green screen pictures of everybody, and then you can put their faces like kind of in like a subfolder for each one of these,
okay.
and then basically just change them based on who's actually sitting there and like whatever the facial orientation is, and you can type in the names and everything, and then it has like the color pairings. You can put those in a subfolder and shit. 'Cause I'm hoping, honestly, like I'm trying to give fucking Nat 20, put them up on game a little bit. I let them borrow some of my equipment too. It's like all they have right now is they got like the most basic setup, and it's like if you guys are trying to do like really advanced setup, it's gonna take a little bit of work.
This has to be a bot, right?
That is definitely
Best
a bot.
viewers,
Yeah, it's a bot. We can crank that bot out there.
Or that, right?
Yeah, just ban them. Yeah, I always ban them motherfuckers. Chat, we got 7 viewers in here. Thank you for being patient with us coming into the next round here. You just got me and the hostess with the mostest, well, host with the most, Benedict here.
Yeah, I destroyed all my opponents round 1.
Oh, like that?
Yeah.
So how did you finish it off with hash time?
It was called a bye.
Oh, okay. I love it. That's the best win. It's better to be lucky than to be skillful, ain't it? I will take that, please.
I prayed to the RNG gods, and they got they gave it to me.
I love when I get my bye, because it's just like I just want to walk around the room and I just want to talk. Like especially those big tournaments, like having play 2 days of really intense Magic is so soul draining. So just getting that one bye is like literally like getting extra life. It's just like, okay, cool. I feel like I can go into my second round like a sane person. No bad beat stories, no bad feels, no nothing. Just we had a great time round.
We just started our day a little bit early. A little bit early. And it was good. It was fine. Cool. I got to scope out the field.
Did you see were you watching on your phone? Did you see his game? The one where he closed it out with that lively dirge?
Oh, yeah, no, I was standing right there. Yeah, I was standing right there. Yeah.
I was just like,
it came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. I didn't know what the card did at first. And then when I finally looked the card up, I was like, oh, he's going to get something sneaky. I don't think they could let this resolve. I'm like, it's maybe Displacer Kit. First I was like, Cold Breaker, and I was like, oh, wait, 4. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe, Displacer Kitten or something like that. Either way, it's really bad. You don't let this resolve. And everybody let it resolve. And I'm just like, And then as soon as I saw the Glinthorn come, I was like, oh, yeah, you got the dead. Like, does anybody have a removal spell? And is Ken hold it onto like a chain of vapor or a freaking, gift? Like,
Unfortunately, no. Yeah, Sebastian had 2 answers, but he said he didn't have enough mana for the second one. Yeah, so.
That
Sad,
was
sad, sad.
interesting. I mean, honestly, like, I think if Sebastian had like 1 more mana though, he probably could have like did the whole line. If honestly, like, I gotta look back again. Did he even have the 3 to cast a dual caster?
Yeah, he had enough to cast one of the spells in his hand.
I think
and
he should
went.
have just took the dual caster line anyway and copied it, and then tried to get something that like killed a creature or something like that for his deck. He's got to have like a creature that kills a creature, makes you sacrifice a creature.
He could have went for a win line there.
Yeah, but he didn't have the mana for the 1 line. He was short because I talked to him about it on a little bit ago. He's like short the 1 mana or whatever. You need to like attune him to go for an actual line, like Technomancer and all that shit.
Oh, okay.
So that's where he was short on that. But I still would have just I would have copied it and got a creature or something like that. I'm like, oh yeah, no, can't let you. I still don't think you like let somebody resolve that. Like, okay, so your game is gonna have to go a little bit longer, and you just don't die there. But I don't think you just like don't put something on the side.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure if they had an opportunity, they would.
I still think that was the right play, like truthfully, because he had no counterspell for it. He had Red Elemental Blast in his hand. That was the only other thing. And he didn't even have the mana to cast Red Elemental Blast, so he would have needed to get the Glinthorn out there. And then he attacked into Sevi. So like honestly, if he would have flashed in the guy and then like got the copy of it before it actually resolved, he couldn't even attack. Because everybody had a creature that could block except for like 1. Like you would have had 1 trigger.
Yeah.
And then he would have been short. Oh, actually no, he wouldn't have been short. He had a color. Well, no, he lost the colorless mana because he went in combat. So yeah, he would have been short. He needed 2 mana to be able to continue all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have flashed it in. I would have flashed that guy in. Did something.
Yeah.
But it was a good game. I had a good time with that. Looking forward to your round 2.
Yeah.
Hopefully we got you in the feature joint.
We'll see whoever lines it up. As long as I aim for no duplicates.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I like that.
As long as there's no duplicates, then I'm happy.
Cool. Works for me. All right. Well, we're going to go back to the face cam here. And, yeah, it doesn't have those guys on this overlay. Let me make sure to mute some of these. Well, not mute, but hide and unhide. Because I don't see... Oh, that's just the camera. Okay, so let's hide these really quick. Because I don't think we need them right this second. Man, this is really sensitive. My iPad or my Mac Pro is in between rounds. That's this, I'm guessing, right? Yeah, that's the overlay for that. So yeah, we're still waiting for the next round. I'll leave that up. We can block all of this with that. Chat, how crazy was that though? How crazy was that opener? Like that's the first like he got to be arch enemy in that game for those of you guys who are tuning in late. The Grixis at home player, or Darkside home player, opened the game with a lot of mana, and then when he put a crucial spell in the stack, it went unanswered. So that was a little interesting to see that happen in the first place. Like I'm not used to that at all. Like I'm not used to having someone have open blue mana. I mean that's starting to be the nature of the meta right now too. As a lot of people are just greedy going for it right now, like going as fast as you possibly can and just going for the line and like just not worrying about it, just jamming and jamming and jamming. And like that's a little against what I'm used to doing, but you know, it's not my first rodeo. Like I can certainly see there being situations where you would need to jam. And definitely he closed that one out in a just one of the cleanest victories I've seen in a really long time. Like honestly. Very cool. Uncontested, clean, light work. All right. You have any viewers in the chat hanging with me, waiting for the next round? Any viewers in the chat? Anybody want to tell me what you guys are playing right now? What are you playing for this season? I legitimately hope they have music on too. I don't think they have music. I think that's just all background noise of everything that's going on. So I feel like we're just going to be hanging out here for a minute, waiting for the next round. Yeah, I might actually just go back to the table here. But I'll be back. I'm going to go walk around a little bit. You're welcome to rejoin us again here when the next round, starts up. We'll just leave that on. Burb.
because I'd be down to like kind of collab with some ideas for some stuff.
I am having another person draw some stuff for me. For my patrons.
And we got a lot of work on this.
You need some more?
No, I got two. Two came with the thing.
Yeah. The first iteration didn't have any, so I just did a more because I don't know how many I had versus my first iteration, and I'm working on the third one right now.
tier 2 is like, ooh, with that tier 2, this is basically just an event, but you can.
I want to get a bunch of. I want to get vending machines.
Yeah, I love that vending machine. That vending machine is super cool.
I want to. I want to get a vending machine.
Yep, going back in casting. All right, we are jamming. Looks like the next round is starting. Thank you, 5 viewers who were so patient. I hope you can hear me coming back because we are ready for the next round here. Let's go ahead and unhide this and then go back to my mug here. Welcome back. We are ready for the next round. They haven't started just yet, but everybody's getting seated in their pods, so we're waiting to see what's going to end up happening. Should probably go back on live on my phone again here. See what's Gucci with that. We're gonna plus here. We're gonna go live. Old man going live with some stuffs here. This really should have like a little bit. You know what? I wonder if I could like do this, right? And then put something underneath this. Actually, I know exactly what to put underneath this. These little tokens here. I put enough of these little tokens underneath the bottom of this. This will Oh, never mind, that doesn't work because that works. That works. We got it. Kinda, sorta. Close enough. It works. All right, cool. Welcome back, everybody. So, we got another exciting round here ahead of us. Try to make sure I have all of my materials, my study materials and everything ready here in case if we do something else crazy with the cards and the rule set and all of that good stuff. I got my MTG Guide app up here for the rules, getting ready. Update this actually with the new cards, which is fun. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready. I've just been spending the last like 20-30 minutes talking to the competitors. Everybody's really juiced up and ready for the next round here. And we're just trying to figure out what the payout structure is going to be and what the cut structure is going to be as well, too, with the tournament here. Because might add a little spicy inclusion, change something up a little bit different here. But we are ready. You're ready for something cool. Ready for something cool. Ready, ready, ready. Actually, should I do this really quick? Move this over a little bit more so that way we don't have it so far off. There we go. Cool. All right, we got. I can see the chat here and I see everything else. We got everybody doing their thing. All right, chat. Are we excited? Let's get some W's in the chat right now for the next round. Looks like Tyler's got a bye. The gentleman that's up over here, he won one of the rounds there as well, so he got his little bye. Looks like everybody's starting to shuffle up, so let's go on ahead and get started here. We have a Hashathon, so we have Benedict playing Hashathon. So let's go ahead and get the right commanders here. Bottom left, and then we're gonna do that. And then we have a Glarb, bottom right. Glarb. Oh, they're doing they're doing majority rule on this. I love that. Top right. Key Massa. Top left, top right. Key Massa and Najila. Top left is Dargo. There we go. Dargo and Rayhan. Rayhan, Dargo. Cool. Got everybody's commandees in there. Everybody's commandees in there. Oh, no, I didn't hear it yet. They're going to start. Yeah. Oh, you want to hear it now? Okay, that works. Cool. We're good. All right, so we ready. Ready to see what we got going on here. Everybody joining me right now from TikTok. Go to Darkside Games LV's Twitch page. That's this tournament is being hosted live. If I can probably, it's probably more interesting to watch the players than it is to watch my ugly mug. So let's see if I can't switch this around a little bit, turn the camera around and see some of what's going on the screen. I'm really trying to get you guys live and locked in for that too. That's more exciting. And you'll be able to listen to me talk and watch the gameplay as much as possible. It's not much, but it's something. It'll do like one or two more of these little tokens, and that'll get us where we need to be so you guys can see what's going on. There we go. All right, that's close enough. But do all the shares. If you're a fan of EDH and Magic in general, do all the shares. Come and check us out here. Live on Twitch. right, let's see what we got going on here. They're still mulliganing right now. It looks like our Rayhan Dargo player is pretty much cooked and ready to go. He kept his 7 instantly. That's not a deck that I'm familiar with as well, so I'm really excited to see how that deck performs. Master of Keys, another Esper sleeper. A lot of these Esper decks are on the fence. They're all fighting to see which one is going to be the best one. Me personally, I think that people are sleeping on a few of the other Esper commanders as better Esper commanders. Hashton is definitely working its way up there to the top for sure. Seeing a lot of play right now. And then good old Glarb. Also a deck that's been on the come up as well. All right, let's get some let's goes in the chat. Let's get some let's goes in the chat right now. We're getting started. Need some gas here. Need to get gassed up. These energy drinks are not giving me everything I need. That says glare. Let me move that Glarb really quick. Bottom right. Move the Glarb just over a tiny bit. There we go. Nihility, appreciate you giving me some energy here to keep me motivated in the chat. Who do you feel like is going to take this game down? Who do we feel like is going to take it down? Me personally, I am honestly looking forward to seeing the Hashton lines. Hashton is a really versatile commander and is really difficult to deal with once he's online. You effectively got to be running Stifles and Graveyard Removal like almost exclusively, and the problem is that that deck can jam repeatedly back to back to back if you're not prepared to deal with it. And honestly, right now, I don't think any of these decks have any outs for it because at least 3, I think, no, probably 2 of the decks. 2 of the other decks aside from Hashton are using and utilizing their graveyard. And I don't imagine they'll have too many outs to deal with cards that are in the graveyard. So, very interested. Glarb could be a sleeper. This could be a more mid-rangey Glarb, and he could be a little bit more prepared to deal with graveyard shenanigans. But, I mean, he does have a Surveil built in. I imagine he's probably messing around in the graveyard also. But we will see. Is this it? Are we keeping? 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. He's keeping. Okay. And that's where we're starting. 3 7 drops and 1 6. Let's take the game away and see what happens. Very interesting opener there from Hashton. I see some very relevant cards there. All right. Opening with a Mox Diamond. Are we going to see a turn 1 Glarb? It's extreme amount of value with a turn 1 Glarb. It might be a turn 1 Glarb. No land? No. Very interesting. This guy kept a 0 lander instead of just running Glarb out? Huh. Very interesting opener. 0 land hand. This man is a maniac. Glarb player showing that he's cooking and he kind of knows something we don't know. Very risky opener. Down to 6 and kept that. 0 lander. Alright. Fancy command tower. And a Esper Sentinel. Very strong opening play right now to try to get some value. Oh, he must not be familiar with Hashton. Okay, here we go. Fast opening. Yep, he's got a trigger. Is he going to pay 40? He's not. Here we go. We're off to the races. We're feeding already. Ooh, a Ragavan. And an Imp Seal. That's a setup. That is a setup right there. Playing the T1 Ragavan, as well as playing an Imp Seal in that deck. With the right amount of mana, with an attack step, he could be presenting a win that following turn. Okay, here we go. Master Keys. Very interesting setup here. Master Keys decks, a lot of times I've seen them hold their fish for an extra turn and then keep recasting fish out of their graveyard, which is a very interesting line. Did we miss a trigger? No, you paid for it. Okay, here we go. Very interesting. Is that a Library of Alexandria? No, it's City of Brass, okay. Wait, no, that is the Library of Alexandria, I think, right? Oh, no, he's just casting Garb, okay. I don't know what land that is because he didn't lose a life. It's a proxy. This is a proxy-friendly tournament, so sometimes the art of the cards... oh, nope, he got it. It's a City of Brass. Okay, just wanted to check. Oh, nope. Wait a minute, maybe it's not. Yeah, 1, 2, 3... And that is a... I don't know. Alright, we're fetching. It's possible we'll see a turn 2 Hashaton. And then move into turn 3 setup with Hashaton. Now we really do have to look out for this Rayhan Dargo. I'm not 100% sure exactly what his line of play is going to be, but turn 1 tutoring to the top of your deck is generally not a good sign. Okay. Is he putting a basic land into play? Or was that like a proxy and he just forgot? Very interesting to see someone have one basic land in play. That's very interesting. Very interesting to see what he's doing here, because there's a lot of thinking going on to decide whether or not if you're just getting a basic land out of your deck right now. You can't get an island with that. Okay. Alright, double checking. I was like, you can't get an island using that fetch land. Okay. All that fanfare for a turn 2 Hashaton, right? Oh, he's not. Very interesting. Maybe he's keeping open additional mana to be able to respond to a potential win line. I don't think you can not keep that open. I think that the Rayhan player, his better line is to put pressure on the Hashaton player by swinging with Ragavan. But we'll see how much he really needs that Ragavan. A lot of table talk right now. Very interested to hear what's going on with all this. Land, okay. And he got his opener, so he's fetching. Wish there was like an easier way for me to get the whole screen here for the TikTok viewers, but I'm trying to get as much of that in there as I can for you. Very interested to see how this is going to play out. Will we see what was tutored for this turn, or is it going to be an additional turn? A Glarb player taking advantage of that static ability to look at the top of your library. And he's going for the easy Ragavan damage and getting a Grand Abolisher. Will he run the Grand Abolisher out? I almost think I'm playing a Grand Abolisher here, I think. Yeah, I would cast Grand Abolisher here too. I would certainly cast a Grand Abolisher here. Okay, interesting. So is he going to present a win the following turn here? Now, the Grand Abolisher notably is going to allow people to interact on his opponent's turn, but that does put everybody on a clock if he moves into his next turn to potentially win the game. So everybody, this is a do or die turn, viewers in the chat. It's a do or die turn, and I truthfully believe that everybody's going to have to make a really impactful turn this turn. The Master of Keys is honestly slow. Like, I don't think he could legitimately pay for the fish this turn. He has to let it go. But he's letting it go with literally only 1 mana. Like, his setup didn't really get him there. I think he was expecting to draw more cards, and it really just did not pay out for him. That might have been a really risky opening line of play and a risky 7. Okay, we got to land. Never punish. Never punish. So if he plays a Signet, that'll give him access to 3 mana, and I will put him in a position where at the very least he could cast this commander, or keep open mana to be able to hopefully stop anybody from winning on their do or die turn here. But when it gets around to the Dargo Rayham player, I do not know if you're going to get another turn. I truthfully do not know if you're getting another turn. That was a very nice opening rip right there. Getting a Grand Abolisher. Will we have another fast feature turn 3 win here? Signet or Talisman. I saw that. And now he's got access to his 2 mana, not 3 actually. Yeah. What are you going to do? Are you going to play a legendary creature to have access to 1 mana? Kitsa. Okay, he's got access to a blue. All right. That wouldn't matter anyway. That doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. Unless he clones one. He just got access to blue mana, and that's it. 1 blue might be the difference. He might have a nice little Pongify or something like that that he can use, hopefully. So will Glarb go hard here on his next turn? Because that's truthfully the main outer that we have to worry about now with Glarb. And that's City of Traders. That's what that land is. Okay. Really threw me off now. Now I can see. It's a proxy City of Traders. Okay, he's losing a life to play his own fish. And again, it still looks like we don't have any outs for that really impactful next turn for the right-hand Dargo. We all have to hope. And we're going to tapping out. He's casting a card at the top of his deck. He's getting a Mockingbird and making that Mockingbird a copy of what? Kitsa? Enlightened. Okay. Very interesting. So he'd have to pay the 4 mana to be able to cast it off the top of his deck, but he can choose any creature that's in play right now. And it could be anything. It could be a Grand Abolisher, it could be a Ragavan, or it could be a Esper Sentinel. Or a Kitza, but I don't know if Kitza's the move right now for this. I'll have to see. This will be very interesting to see what card that he selects. I would imagine it has to be a Lion's Eye Diamond here for some kind of a win setup. I think if he gets Lion's Eye Diamond here, and he casts Hasherton, and then plays a Lion's Eye Diamond, cracks a Lion's Eye Diamond, that'll give him just enough mana to be able... Oh, well, maybe. I saw some spicy cards revealed there. The Sharoom, the Hegemon. It's almost like this deck allows you to like play on theme with like Sphinxes and Egyptian things and still allow it to be competitive. It's really interesting. Very cool. A lot of Sphinxes in this deck. I guess our Hashaton player really acknowledges and understands how relevant this and impactful this turn is going to be. I truly do feel like it's going to be a do or die turn, and it is all up to him. Very interesting game here. Because the way I'm looking at this is that if he's going for the slow roll. Okay, so the Ristic choice here is very interesting because I think that everybody has to gamble here and set up to see if the Rayhan Dargo player does not just win on their next turn. He did tutor. He did black tutor beforehand and ripped a Grand Abolish off the top of his deck. So putting him in that position, what did he make a copy of? I'm very interested. If he got... Did not see what it came into play as a copy of. I'm sure you guys probably have a little bit more information than I do on that, but... Me personally, I like an Esper Sentinel or a Kitza here. Probably the Kitza because he's going to get the most value out of the Kitza with the Glarb. And being able to manipulate the top of his library. Okay, here we go. We're going to find out what it's going to be. What card do we have? I like how it's like hats in the way, so it's just revealing, live on stream for everybody else. We'll find out at the same time. I wonder if he's drawing a picture there too. Esper Sentinel, interesting. He's going for value here, and he is drawing a picture. Esper Sentinel apparently has a cape on him, and he's Superman here. He's ready for action. Oh no, he doesn't have a cape. That's his little shoulder blade things or whatever. Okay, so we have a Hashaton. Do we have a Lion's Eye Diamond coming into play with a setup? Our players have to know how threatening. Ah, Rollick. Okay. Well done. Gonna let him draw 2. Okay, so then they're not out the water just yet. If we Deadly Rollick that Grand Abolisher there, everyone has a chance to interact at least. So very well done by our Hashaton player. Because I'm sure they all recognize and acknowledge how dangerous that next turn is, even with 2 cards in hand. Alright, so the Grand Abolisher is off the board. We have survived another turn, potentially. 2 mana open from Hashaton. And he's fetching, so maybe 3. Now, does he jam? Because I don't believe that deck, the Rayhan Dargo, has like a 1-card infinite. I believe he needs to cast both of his cards on that following turn. Do not know if we have an infinite here, but we're going to find out. There are no ways Ragavan is going to get in. He's teeing up 3 mana. So what 3 mana lines of play? Is this a Necropotence? What do we have here? This is such a... Oh, wait a minute. I saw that. Well, that card would absolutely just decimate everybody on board, and I think he'd be able to cast a Dargo. That would just dismantle everything on board, and then he casts a Dargo and then proceeds to bash in. Okay, black mana. Is this a green mana? This is a green mana. I believe he is going to put that Wrath on the stack. He's going to be short. Yeah, he's short 1 mana. He needed that Ragavan combat to be able to do that, to cast a Dargo off the back. But he still might do it anyway. And reset the game and get everybody in equilibrium. That would put, if he did that, that would literally put the Glard player ahead, but only slightly. Okay, so just Dargo. I see. So he sacrificed 3 things. And he's still short on his mana. Does he have a land in his hand? I think he needs a land as well. Oh, he's going to draw a lot of cards. I haven't seen that in a long time. Okay. Life's Finale. All right. That's an interesting play. Wow. This is going to be, this truly was an impactful turn. That is politicking at its finest, referring to the fact that he only has 1 mana, and even if he is going to draw 7 cards. What do you say, chat? Do we ever let anybody draw 7 cards? Do we ever let anybody draw 7 cards. This is a true exercise in politics. Okay, we let him draw 7. We'll see how this pans out. We could get Lotuses. There's so many cards that we could potentially get here. Wow, I think we put the Glarb player very far ahead with this. Okay, so you could sacrifice that, and you could reduce Rehan's cost a little bit more. Or, what's his name's cost a little more. I just don't know what this does for anybody here at all. I guess having a 7/5 could be a nice little bit of action there, but I just don't know what that does after letting someone else draw 5 cards and then letting another player draw 7 cards. Okay, we have a Badlands. So I believe that is going to be the line of play now. We are going to see another Dargo get cast. Can we just take a second to acknowledge the power of card draw in this format? Like, if we see a win going into this next turn right now, it's strictly off of the back of advantage engines. Oh. So he's going to draw the Glarb player an additional card. I believe every card that you give to the Glarb player puts him in a very commanding position going into his turn. Because there's so many win lines that you can execute with Glarb with 5 mana. Potentially 6, because I'm sure he's drawn at least a land or another mana source by now. So, like, everything you're doing at this point, if you do not have a way to execute a win on this turn, you're putting the Glarb player so far ahead. Okay, so he's got another sacrifice. I think he missed the sacrifice from his land as well. Oh, Bergie. Okay, are we going to recast? Not too bad. Okay, I see. He's cooking. Yeah, he's going to draw another card. I'm very interested to see if there's a line of play that he can take here to win the game. Because you can't draw that. Okay, so you can't draw it. Okay. Dar goes in. Yes, got a Bergie trigger. I see what he's cooking. He passed the turn. All right, but now we have a really, really, really impactful turn right now. So I don't believe the Master of Keys has any setup right now to like directly win the game, but Glarb has easily drawn 6+ cards in the last turn or so. So we're all at the mercy of Glarb going into his turn. If you don't make a win attempt now and you don't have a for sure go, which we just saw him draw a Necromancy, which is really interesting. If we don't have a direct line to the win or some ways to respond to this, he discarded the Necromancy. That's very interesting. I significantly think that keeping that Necromancy as a way to interact with someone's graveyard is really relevant right now, and discarding that was not the move. You still cannot sleep on Hashaton's setup. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. He's going to cast the Master of Keys? No? Okay, so he's casting the Master of Keys. X is 1, I believe. Okay, 2 lands off the top with Master of Keys' ability. And Master of Keys is X1. So I believe that makes him a 4/4 flyer. And he's paying 1 mana to get himself a fish back and trigger more cards for both Esper Sentinel and Hashaton. Or for Glarb and Hashaton. Now he surveils. And he pitches the land out, and he draws a relevant card here. The amount of advantage that the Glarb player, like I said, Glarb is such a very, very, very good deck. Like, it's just, the amount of card advantage you get to assemble out of that deck is unmatched right now in the format. That was a good choice with the Esper Sentinel for sure. That was an excellent choice to just allow him to draw so many cards. Yes, before the draw, I would not have said anything. I would have let that get sacrificed, but we shall see. And Dargo was cast from the command zone twice. That should be represented that it was cast from the command zone twice. But I'm sure they will remember. There we go. Oh, he got it. He got it. So we are paying, and we're looking. So potentially lose that land now to have some net mana. My man was so bold in keeping a 0 land hand and having it just absolutely pay off. So now he's got his land drop, and he sacrifices his land. That Watery Grave is probably pretty impactful. Does Glarb have a win line? The notable thing about Glarb is that Glarb can assemble instant speed win lines quite easy. So a lot of the times you can play traditional Drago blue and have a lot of options. So I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong to absolutely just pass the turn here in a lot of situations. He could certainly have a, what is the guy's name? The Flash Otter. I forget names a lot, you have to forgive me. I don't read the cards, I just read what they do. So, oh, he's using a Dark Ritual. Here we go. This might be it. We have an Esper Sentinel trigger, and we have a fish trigger. Resolving the fish trigger first. And resolving the Esper Sentinel trigger. Will they let this Dark Ritual resolve? It's not usually a good sign when you see a Dark Ritual. Are we casting a Necropotence? We very well might be casting a Necro. And that would put him in such a commanding position. He's losing all 3 for a Necro, yes. Okay, so that will put him in such a tremendous position right now to be able to do literally anything he wants with Glarb. And they have passed on the Necropotence, so this puts him in a very, very, very good position. The synergy with Glarb and Necropotence is very strong. Let's see. So of note, if we were to read Necropotence's abilities, it's you skip your draw step, and then whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard. And then you pay 1 life to exile the top card of your library face down and put that card into your hand at the beginning of your next end step. So you could potentially just go through a huge majority of your deck. I mean, at 29 life, it still is a little risky. But he does get to look with Glarb to decide. And he's going to get rid of that too. So not only is he going to get to sculpt his hand, he's also going to be able to manipulate the top of his library in such a way where he can effectively have everything that he needs to do whatever he wants. And I believe the line of play that my man here is going to take is going to be to set up the Flash Otter to be able to win on top of someone else. But he would need that card in his hand. Maybe keep a Mind Break Trap or something relevant like a Force of Will on top of your library to protect your win line on top of someone else. But I believe we have stopped here at 12. No, he's going deep. He's going deep. My man is going so deep. This is the do or die turn. Okay. He gets to see each card and then make a decision on each card. So either he's digging for a specific card or he knows he's going to make a win attempt. Oh my God, he's so close. Okay, we're stopping. We are stopping. And that is one tapped out blue player, and the other one still has access to their mana. Are we going to continue? Is he tapping top to see if he needs to continue to go deeper, or are we passing? Okay, we are activating... Oh no, we're not activating a Sensei's Invited Top. We are just casting a Born Upon the Wind for this turn. Now, I think the mistake here is that the Born Upon the Wind this turn, he will not get... I don't believe... I think end of turn effects will wear off after the cards go in your hand with Necropotence, so I don't know if this is the right play. I believe this is a misplay. I believe this is a misplay. I'm going to double check right now for Necropotence. Let's look up Born Upon the Wind really quick. Okay, it doesn't say anything, but I distinctly remember there being an interaction, especially now with people doing cool stuff with Hashaton and how the relevance of Hashaton. I believe that what happens is that if you attempt to... Yeah, I believe if you attempt to Born Upon a Wind, you're only going to get to cast spells at flash speed only before... Oh, silence. Okay. I don't think it matters anyway then. Here we go. We're off to the races. In response to the Necro play, I think we have patiently had this guy dig himself a hole. Okay. I think Glarb has just yeeted this game into oblivion. Oh, well, Force is on the stack. We are fighting here. We are fighting over this. I still do believe that we might need to call a judge for this. I actually am going to call a judge just in case, because how impactful this turn is right now, because I think he's punting his game. Let me double check. This has been really impactful, so I wanted to just make sure for the viewers that are aware. of how Born Upon the Wind interacts with Necropotence. So what will happen, and I think he doesn't realize and he's not acknowledging exactly how this works, but when he gets all of those cards back into his hand, the effects of Born Upon a Wind are going to effectively fizzle and wear off at the end of turn, because you get the cards on cleanup, and when cleanup occurs and when cleanup happens, all end of the turn effects have already left play, or left, they're no longer applicable. So I think he punted his game right now, not knowing how that interaction works with Born Upon the Wind. But we're going to see. He might be able to pull it off still, but I believe that will kill him unless he's going to do it now before those cards go into his hand at his end step. Did he get those? Did he get those cards? Oh, he did. Yeah, he messed up. He got those cards in his hand. He doesn't have access to those cards. All right. Apparently there is a window. So he has he's not punting his game. There is a window in which you can do that. So got the call from the judge. I've seen a lot of little weird interactions right now with people making attempts with Born Upon the Wind, and then the window not being an acceptable window for when you to do these things. So, yeah. I think he might get it here then. Generally, when you draw 20-something cards, 25 cards or more, you kind of get there. Let me read Necropotence again, though. That's really interesting. Necropotence. So whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard, pay 1 life, exile the top card of your library face down, and put that card into your hand at the beginning of your next end step. Yeah, he was telling me that all the cards go in your hand at exactly the same time at your end step, and it's been my experience that each individual card those are separate delayed triggers, I think, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Necropotence's last ability creates delayed triggered ability that will put the exile card into your hand. That ability still triggers even if Necropotence is removed from the battlefield before your end step. And then, each individual ability should be a delayed trigger instead of all of the cards coming into your hand at the same time. So you would still have openings. I'm still not so sure about this, because it is the beginning of your next end step. So you would get them into your hand. Yeah, he's probably still okay to do that. gotta wait for a mind break trap here, I think. You have to mind break the payoff. And I hope to God that he doesn't have any other sources of instant speed. FU. Uh-oh. Being at exactly 2 life is really crucial. If we had somebody that had a shock, a sudden shock, that's a wrap. He is not under silence. This is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous being at 2 life. Alright, well, he just tutored, so we have to hope that this is it. This is the payoff. Oh, okay. Maybe we're doing something here. So Vamp Tutor's in the graveyard. You've got that. You'd have to take your life down by 1. Okay, so that's a spirit guide, I guess? Or is it something I don't know? Oh, it's for green, that's the exile, okay. For the Chrome Mox. I thought he was just casting the Chrome Mox just to cast a spell or something like that, but... Alright, so it produces green. What win line is he attempting to take right now? Because I don't know if it's Thassa's Oracle. I mean, it could... He would need a blue card for it to be Thassa's Oracle line right now, which would just close it out. I see. So Cabal Ritual. Or Culling Ritual, I mean. He's trying to wipe the board here and then keep it going. Interesting. Culling Rid. So that just decimates everybody's board. So even if he doesn't win here, he just completely just demolishes everyone. Which is interesting because he doesn't have any lands in play, so this is still do or die for him. Okay. Yeah, 2 or less, they're all gone. And that resolved, okay. Wow. So he has a lot of mana in his mana pool right now. This is a turn. Everybody in chat, can we get some like energy in the chat right now for my Glard player here, risking it all. Literally risking it all right now at 2 life. And he's got a lot of mana. But what is the line? Like, can he peer and get the remainder of his library or a good chunk of his library in his hand and then attempt to win there? It's all black. Like, are we doing a... Okay. I'm so interested to see what his line of play here is going to be. So he's got 9 black and 8 green and 1 land in play and a Necropotence. Like, how does he... Okay, Entomb. Yeah, he's getting the Entomb. So what are we entombing here now? Like, is there a line that he can still close this out right now? Like, are we trying to Wither Smog right now? When nobody can do anything? I think that's his best out is Wither Smog right now. 6? What is he doing with 6? Interesting. So he can't reanimate the 6 directly. He can't use, like, reanimate. That would kill him. He needs some other sort of reanimate outlet. What is that? Some kind of expensive reanimate card. Okay, that's interesting. So now he's going to reanimate, and then he should be able to retrace from his graveyard. I'm sure he has enough lands in his hand to do things. Oh, is he going to reset? Like, is he going to get back all of his mocks in and everything else and reset and then take another line? Yep, that goes in exile. Anything you discard goes into exile. That is notable. He needs to discard those cards into exile. The lands. Which one is exile and which one is the graveyard? I do not know which zone is which. Because it looks like he's discarding them to his graveyard. And then... Everybody asking me why I keep pausing the game. They need to be tuning in right now. They call the judge back there to make sure that he's discarding, because like that's relevant with him discarding that land that animates, that becomes things in his graveyard. He has to make sure his zones are correct and zones are fixed correctly, so that way we're not missing the right cards or the wrong cards. Very importante. There is no inactivity here. I'm live still. I guess I'm gonna like my own my own live here. You guys do pop in. Just make sure to like the live. Okay, so Thassa's Oracle is the line he's taking. All right, it looks like the Glarb player closed that down. Yeah, Withersmog. Somebody was going for that line. And he had a mind break. He says, okay, well, let's get some W's in the chat. Congratulations for Frog Daddy Glarb. Let's get some of that in there. And if you guys want to hear from the man himself, I'm going to bring him into the booth here and we're going to talk about it. Congratulations. Congrats to our winner at 2 life and down to the wire. Glarb ended up closing it out. How exciting of a game. That's 2 bangers right now. 2 bangers. Back to back. Did I or did I not say that this is going to be a really interesting, really cool tournament? Very interesting. That was something else. All right, well, we're going to get my man in here. Be right back. Yeah, I was double checking. And then last one, we were just catching you on making sure that you didn't I totally forgot. That was exciting. That was exciting. You want to talk about it right now? Alright, you want to take that seat over on the left. Alright. Man, big tall dudes up in here.
Yeah, dude, I gotta squidge in.
Right?
Yo.
Alright, so tell everybody who you are.
I'm Dax, local player here. I've been playing Glarb now for a couple months. What really pushed me was Logan's win in Snowy Summit this past February. It was a really good list, and it seemed like
Everybody's cooking right now with Glarb.
Definitely.
Daddy Glarb is one of those sleeper decks you cannot sleep on right now.
Absolutely,
It's
yeah.
one of my favorite decks in the format right now.
Being able to cast things for 4 mana off the top is just insane.
And interesting ones. I didn't know what that reanimation target was. What is that card?
That is No One Left Behind. I just stumbled upon that.
Okay.
It reduces the mana cost by 3 if you're targeting any CMC 3 or less in your graveyard, creature-wise. So you can
Okay.
rip that off the top of Glarb if you put it in a Doomsday pile
Right.
and get your Thassa back. In that case, it was a perfect way to get my 6 back so I can start retracing.
Because I honestly was like trying to figure that line out. I'm like, man, okay, he can't be trying to use regular reanimate. He's at 2 life. That would kill him. So like, what is the line he's taking? So
And I just pulled regular reanimate out for No One Left Behind. So that was a very good feeling to find.
honestly, I think you're cooking with that.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So tell me about what was going through your mind at that moment at the end of the turn, because like honestly, I was at the edge of my seat the whole time watching you assemble that line, because they let you draw a million cards.
Oh, they really did. They allowed that Esper and Mystic just fed me the entire game. That was perfect. And then getting the Necro to resolve was just a dream. I felt really confident. I had Mind Break Trap probably from the previous draw cycles of those triggers. Okay. So I felt very comfortable. I was just like, you guys do whatever you want to do. Right. I ripped Force of Will off the top 2 turn cycles before that, so I had loaded myself up on counter magic.
Now, did you feel comfortable when Rayhan Dargo like punted his turn?
Absolutely, that was a godsend. Him not being able to tap for red mana completely stifled his turn. If he was able to get that draw 7 off a turn sooner, he would have been cooking.
Yeah.
And as a previous Dargo player, I played Dargo Timna. I know that the volatility of that deck. You may not have a win in hand. You draw 7 cards. You can very easily
figure it out. Yeah,
it's too easy.
Because honestly, I thought it was do or die at that point in time. While everybody was feeding you the cards, I'm just like, man, okay, well he might have it here because it doesn't look like anybody's gonna do anything.
For sure.
And then it gets around to your turn, and I'm just like, okay, well this is his game to lose. So
Absolutely.
he has to close it out right now. Well, anything else you want to tell the viewers here?
No, man. I mean, we're just gonna keep playing Glarb. It's until the bans are changed, which may not happen, and we're gonna live in that reality. Glarb is my new boy until the Dargo Pirate King can return.
All right. Well,
thanks
so much for pulling up with us and walking us through the mind of your madness here. Honestly, that was very sound because I was expecting some crazy shenanigans.
I was worried.
Very sound and very concise, man.
Just had to keep my cool and not try not to miss triggers and stuff. So.
And honestly, that's good on you for not I'm sure you recognize the danger everybody was in.
Definitely.
And that was very just risky to play it that way, to not take a win attempt and go for it when a turn earlier when you had the chance to then. So wonderful, man.
I appreciate it.
Anytime, brother. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the finals, man.
Heck yeah. Thank you, sir.
Anytime. Thank you. Well, everybody, we heard it from the man here. Our next... I don't know, man. That was I'm still kind of in shock. That was cool to see that. Every time I see a Glarb, assemble their win, they always do something crazy like that. So, that was just exciting just to see that in general. So what we're going to do is I'm going to, we're going to hide all of these deck names here. And then we are going to go into a little short break here. I'm going to go, pal around with everybody else as we're going into the next round here. So we're going to wait for the next round. I'm going to go back to the table view here while everybody's still sitting there chopping it up. And I will be back with you guys for the third round here. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, please do, pop back in the chat. You got a little bit of time here. I'll come and let you know if we still have some people, still jamming the next games here. Looks like we still have a good amount of people still playing their round here. So if you have any questions in the chat here, you want to leave me some love for our players in the chat right now. These Titans are out here duking it out. So please, just let me know if you guys want to see anything, you want to hear anything additional here at live at Darkside Games in Las Vegas, Nevada. But we're going to take a short break here and wait for the next round. Thank you guys for all tuning in. This has been your host, Chris Taylor, and we'll be back. Right? All right, we are back. Is there somewhere where I can see the brackets? I don't know. I don't think they have it set up like this, but that's certainly something I could talk to with Benedict, the owner of Cardboard Content. This is all his setup and everything. I'm just guest casting, but for future reference, I certainly like the idea of that. Being able to pull the brackets up for you and to have the access to that. I like that feedback. I will make sure that he gets that feedback. We are just now about to start our next round here right now, and let me tell you, this next round is going to be a banger. We've got some top 16 grinders. We've got, this one's going to be a banger. You guys are going to like this one. All right, let's see. I'm going to get their commanders here all set up when the commanders are ready. Oh man, my pleasure, my pleasure. Got to make sure that you guys are enjoying your time with this stream here. Got to make sure. And I'm all for making sure the content is freaking just absolute on point. Watching these tournaments is really long. Sometimes can be boring. So, you know, you got to make sure that you guys are getting what you need. Getting your fix, your magic fix. So let's see what we have here. We have, I believe that's Sergio on the right, on the bottom of all those anime characters. So that's one of our guys here. That is a Glarb, a Master, no, that's a Glarb and a Traxa. Okay, so top left is going to be a Traxa. A-T-R-A-X-A, I believe that's how you spell a Traxa. So top left is Big Mommy Atraxa. And then we have a Glarb in the top right. Frog Daddy on the top right. Who do we have for the other players here? Up, I see that person on the bottom right. That's Sebastian. So Sergio must be on the left. I think it's 2N. I don't know how Inala is spelled. Let me look it up. I think it's 1. I-N-A-L-A. I-N-N-A-L-A. Is it 2 L's? I-N-A-L-L-A. Yeah, there we go. I-N-A-L-A. There we go. So we got Inala is in. And then we have Rag Rak Silas. Right. We are so ready for how exciting this game is going to be. So you guys picked a good time to tune into this one if you are tuning in now. So we have a few good players here. We have Atraxa, who it looks like this is going to be kind of our winner's pod here. There's a few 1-1s, and then I believe there's 1-2-0. here. I believe Atraxa has won every one of their games, but I got to double check again. But we have everybody else has won one, I believe. So we have a couple of EDH grinders here. Both the Inala pilot, Sebastian, and the Darkside pilot. Damn, why am I brain farting on his name right now? He's like one of my friends too, and I'm going to probably get some shit for this. But, yeah. And if I see his face, I'll remember his damn name. I don't know why. I'm too tired. I need some energy right now. I had 2 energy drinks, and that is honestly not helping at all. But there we go. We got somebody joining.
Is mic on?
Yeah. You need to mute?
Yeah.
All right. I need to find out where the button is to mute. I think it should be over here, right? Is this audio? Or you know what? Here, I could just mute here. I don't know why I'm just doing that. Let's just mute this really quick. And that really quick. Oops. Well, I did not unmute that, did not unpause that other game, so I guess we're gonna have a long in-between bracket on that one. Thank you. We need to mute that for just 1 second. Anyway, this is going to be a really exciting round here. I know we all got to see the performance of that Glard player, the last game there. So we are very, very primed to see a very action-packed game here. Very ready for this. So very ready for this. All right. There's no shot. Are we already starting the game? Oh my god. Okay, these guys will work quick. They know their decks and they know exactly what their plans are. All right, we got it starting off right. With an Esper Sentinel here from Atraxa. Let's see if everybody falls for the trap of letting Atraxa draw a million cards, because I've seen that too many times. I don't think you ever let Atraxa resolve, like ever. But we'll see if they can do anything about it. Man, this is like a very strangely aggressive opening start right now that people are playing into. Like, so we have a Vamp Tutor with paying for the Esper Sentinel, it looks like. And he's drawing that card. Is this a setup? Are we going to see some Wizard BS? Sergio. Thank you, Lance. Ristic study. Okay. Man, that's a good look on that one. You can tell Sergio I forgot his damn name because I'm tired. Probably going to tell him after the match. Sergio's my man's and I completely forgot his name. This is going to be an exciting pod here, though. Sergio has the distinction of being one of the most patient and analytically correct. I'm going to use that. That's going to be a new cEDH phrase here, analytically correct. Players that I have the fortune of playing with. This man is so good and has ice in his veins at like picking his lines of play and picking his timing. His timing is expert tier and expert level, and I honestly, it's like watching him put on a clinic every time he plays. He is very, very skillful. But playing into a Ristic study, everybody may have a problem with this. But we'll see. Move the Frog Daddy over a little bit to top right. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, he's doing a survey. Okay, so we have Joseph, one of the tournament organizers, talking to everybody about filling out a survey here for the Darkside Games EDH tournaments. It looks like they are making some attempts to, spice up the tournaments a little bit and to offer some really cool showings here. So we're all excited to see that. And there's a second Ristic study. We know what happens when ROG sides get Ristic studies. And I believe they let him resolve this Ristic study also. So we are off to the races. We're off to the races. I think they're going to let it go because what are they going to do? I want to know where he got... Oh, yeah. He sacrificed Rograk. Well done. Phyrexian Tower. Staple. With Rograk. Give me free extra mana. Rograk is a ritual. He dies for the cause so often. So often. Okay. My man is attacking the Rogside player. He is doing the Lord's work, ensuring that every point of damage adds up and matters. In this game, it does. And we have an uncounterable Glard. With 2 Ristic Studies triggering and drawing cards. Now that's 4 advantage engines right now out in the first couple of turns. We have to really pay attention to the amount of just pure, I mean at this point just attrition that everybody's going to have to fight through to win this game. There will be no easy winners. Grixis players are doing their best right now to exercise their biggest muscle, their mouth. We're having discussions. Okay, we're passing with open mana. Very interested. I have to get myself a monitor here so I can actually hear what they are saying from now on. The next time I cast, it'll be really helpful with making some of the analyst comments, because it looks like it's a metric ton of politicking going on right now. It's Sergio's turn, and we are all discussing something that looks a little confusing to me right now. A Rite of Flame gets discarded. Okay. Lotho. All right. Advantage Engines dot deck. Okay, he's splitting the damage. I think in this case you don't split the damage. I think you attack the person who has the highest life and that is likely to play the Adnos. But let's see what Glarb does. We honestly can really not sleep on Glarb. We're in a weird position right now with the way this game is playing out, where everybody has advantage engines and everybody is kind of just sandbagging a lot of the interaction, a lot of, like, we're letting really impactful cards resolve. And I think the longer the game goes, generally you would give it to the person who has the ability to have the most explosive, closeout. But literally all four of these decks have tremendous amount of, like, just closeout potential. And it's really difficult to assess who and when it is that is going to go off. And generally that has to do with card advantage, like in this situation right now. Obviously, Atraxa is built-in card advantage when Atraxa resolves. So you have to manage not only the number of cards that you allow the Atraxa player to, draw, but also the amount of mana that you give to the Atraxa player as well. Glarb has built-in card advantage, but also, you have to play a little slower, a turn behind. And then you have the Inala player who can literally just go off at any time. You cannot give that player draws either. You have to be very conservative about how many. And you don't have the ability to really, like, everyone is going to draw additional cards. And every single turn is literally like sitting at the chopping block. Like, you can't even count a Darkside player out right now with the least amount of mana because they can just make a ton of mana anytime they feel like it. He just discarded a ritual. And he paid for at least one. A second. And gave Lotho a treasure. And we gave a card there. Okay. And he's responding to the Imp Seal. Okay. Advantage engine. See, look at this. It's playing out like textbook, but it's still difficult to tell who is gonna, finish this. Like, Sebastian could be going for interaction right now to stop someone from winning the game. He could be going for a setup. He could be expecting that we're gonna get a full turn rotation, and if it gets to him with 4 to 5 mana, that he could just close it out. And we truly do not know now. This is a crazy game. It really doesn't look like as much going on right now, and that's probably why I'm yapping my box so much, but it's a lot going on here right now from a meta standpoint of how much, every move everybody makes right now is really impactful. That's the main reason why I'm talking so much, because I really want everybody to just kind of pay attention to what is happening here. Like, if I was in this game, I'd be pulling what's left of every little strand of hair I have left out of my head. Because I wouldn't want to give anybody anything, like not one single card. And that's not the right play, to let nobody do anything, because then you wouldn't do anything and you'd just be passing your turn. And everybody else would be out advantaging you. So you literally have to play into it. This is crazy. And an insane amount of patience that Sergio is exercising. Truly, that is a very important skill to have, especially when being face down with the people that he's playing against right now. Like, I almost felt like this was a cast of Silas. Oh, copy. Is he gonna get 2 Ristics, or is he gonna copy a Esper Sentinel? 2 Ristics, okay. We're cooking. What a interesting play. They're comparing penis sizes right now with their heuristic studies. Both of them having pimped out cool heuristic studies. Yeah, Smothering Tide, Tyler is right. A Smothering Tide right now would be primo. But look at these guys. Everybody having crazy amounts of card advantage and advantage engines and still wanting more. If that's not an EDH player being the absolutely most greediest Magic player on the planet, I don't know what is. Watch your mouth. This is a Christian channel. Shaky hands. See, look at that. Drawing, letting everybody draw. Sergio ripping 2. And Nala ripping 2. And Glarb falling behind just a little. Okay. Look at that clean mental misstep. But the mental misstep crazy enough to allow Nala to draw cards also. The player to your right. To slow down the advantage, to slow down the power, because you can't let an Atraxa resolve. That's an additional 2 mana on the following turn there to be able to do some more setup. Referring to reanimation targets. And the Delighted Halfling is in. So if he gets a full turn rotation with allowing... If everybody allows him to get a treasure, he has an Atraxa next turn. No, he's not struggling on mana. That is typical politics from Tyler. Tyler is doing very well for himself right now, and he's trying to appear like he's not the threat. I think the play here is to not say anything and to just play your... We have a heuristic study. We have a player that has 2 heuristic studies, and then we have a player that has efficient heuristic study right now. You don't need to tell anybody that you are not the threat and that you're struggling. You can just play. If you say nothing, they won't think about it. The tips are free. Oh, look at the culling writ. Now the culling writ will only put... It'll only put Tyler behind a slight amount. I don't think the other players really care about the culling writ. It will accelerate Sergio. It will vaguely hurt Sebastian, but he's already drawn enough cards. And Tyler is the one who stands to lose the most. So if there's a follow-up like a board wipe or something else crazy, then we potentially could be seeing the makings of something really insane here. So Sebastian's first in priority, and he's making the determination on whether or not if he wants to lose this or not. I think he's going to crack his treasure and float some mana. Oh, he's silencing him as well. And drawing cards off of the back of the silence. Ah, there's a Fierce on the silence. What a turn. Ice in everybody's veins right now. And it looks like Culling Ritual is going to resolve, and we are going to destroy a lot of permanents. And he's going to make a lot of mana. Green and black mana, of course. But it all depends on what he's going to be able to do off the back of all of this. I see. We are running it back. He's really trying hard to not lose the game here. And And he's not going to float the mana from the treasure? He gave him the mana? I'm so interested. At least don't give him the mana. Okay. Do we have an ad nauseum here? 35 life? Into potentially something else crazy. Did he float mana with his mana door or no? So Sergio stabilizing and feeling the most, least amount of pressure here from the resolution of that culling ritual. Man, this game is crazy. All right, looking at the top card of his library again. Sergio easily has about a sixth of his deck in his hand right now. So does Sebastian. Okay, we're casting some sort of a reanimate spell, I believe. It's the same one that we looked at before. Yep. Any grave. He is attempting to reanimate a creature. And what creature is that? Is it going to be a Bloom Tender? I think he has reanimated himself a Bloom Tender. We'll try to slow the game down just a notch. Do we have a way of giving the Bloom Tender haste right now that I am unaware of? Or is this going to be an ad nauseum? Every spell that you cast needlessly now significantly impacts you. So Tyler is out the game. He's cooked. He can only stop someone from winning the game when it gets to his next turn. Okay, so he loses all that mana, and we just end the turn there. I think we might have this game closed now. Usually an Entomb from the Inala player is a signal that the Inala player is going to win the game. So I sincerely hope that everybody has answers to deal with Inala's turn here, because an EOT Entomb is probably one of the worst things you could possibly hear with that deck, because there's so many options. If he puts a Ruthless Technomancer in his graveyard, or the Scholar of Ages, it generally means his intent is to cast a reanimate, or reanimate target, and then proceed to set up some really complicated wizard win line with the amount of mana that he has left open. He has a significantly small amount of mana right now, but this could be the line that it would take to get there. Because of the cards that you can get out of your library, usually you get, rituals, and, you start assembling loops with your wizards. And it doesn't require, it's a very small, compact package. So we're going into his turn. Let's see what Sergio, or what, not Sergio. Let's see what Sergio does, because he's really got to do something now, and not die. But let's see what our Inala pilot Sebastian does. Okay, there's a land. No silence in sight. And truthfully, I think he should not have cast that spell, because that regrowth could have been the difference between him stopping him this turn and not. So we have a Rite of Flame. That's our first ritual being cast. Okay, so he has access to 2 mana, not 3. There you go. There's a Soul Ring. He should have 1 mana, I think. 1 red mana. I don't know why he has 2 red mana available right now. Oh, that's it. Spellseeker's usually the line. Spellseeker is the line. So for those of you who are not familiar with Inala, Spellseeker generally goes to get these specific cards that they need to assemble the win. So there's a pact. So Sergio has to not die next turn. He recognizes and realizes how impactful this turn is. There is another pack on the stack. We are going to battle for this game. And a force in response. Days. Okay. We are cooking. Playing Legacy All-Stars. Floating a black mana here. And it all resolves. Oh, but there's a force coming from Sergio. I think we all recognize this is a do or die turn. Do we have another counter spell, or is he stopped for the turn? Because I think that would need to be reanimate. I think with the spell seeker, it would need to be reanimate and then a copy of itself. So his mana, how he spends his mana is very limited this turn. So I guess he's gonna manage his mana as best he can. How do we do this? He has to count his mana. I believe he only has exactly enough to be able to assemble this one line, and he has to be really careful with that force. Okay, here we go. We are putting a snap on the stack. Targeting his Glarb. Okay. Very interesting. It resolves. He's getting a slight amount of mana. And a Flusterstorm. Okay. The power of card draw. We need a Mind Break Trap. If there's no Mind Break Trap now, oh. We're doing this. And he's stacking his triggers. Alright, let's see how it plays out. Through the counter battle. That Noxious Revival would have been so clutch right now. So culling the weak now to culling a token, and then to continue making copies of the things that enter the battlefield. In this case, notably Scholar of Ages. Scholar of Ages being in the graveyard is important. Or is that what that card's name is? I thought it was Scholar of the Ages. It is, okay. To read that card's Oracle text out to you is when this creature enters, return up to 2 of your instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. It is a 7-drop. And Reanimate is one of the targets. So he is going to attempt to reanimate Scholar of the Ages. And Scholar of the Ages enters the battlefield, and he has a copy trigger on the stack, as well as the ETB trigger from the original. So he's attempting to make more mana and continuously reanimate things to be able to procedurally get the very specific cards out of his deck with the Entomb. He's making 7 black mana here. There's the Entomb. And I believe we are going for Ruthless Technomancer. So unless there is a Mind Break from Sergio, I believe Burnt Offering. Okay, interesting. because he's going to try to get some red mana here, I guess, to be able to back his lineup with potentially having a red elemental blast or something of that nature. So letting the trigger from the Scholar of the Ages resolve and getting 2 more instants and sorceries back from his graveyard and having a copy of Scholar of the Ages into the battlefield. He is selecting... Yes. He is selecting Burnt Offering and Flusterstorm to protect his line, just in case if a Mind Break trap goes on the stack. Now he's casting Shallow Grave to get one of those creatures back. Will probably be Scholar of the Ages again, with protection. I think he's got it. I think he has this game locked in. I don't see very many other options aside from some sort of a stifle from someone. ETB trigger. Now he's stacking it that way. He's getting packed for additional backup and protection. Burnt Offering here, okay. Yeah, I think Tyler's ready to pick it up. He's looking like he could have certainly have kept open the regrowth. Here it is. That's it. That's a wrap. He's going to infinitely loop. Shallow Grave again. I think he has the Shallow Grave Spellseeker this time. I don't think he needs Scholar of the Ages anymore. Yeah, the Mind Break doesn't help, you know. Figured Sergio had a Mind Break somewhere. That was his one outer, but he's got the pack to be able to protect the Mind Break. So I think we have closed the game out now. And Tyler trying to double check and make sure that he has this win locked in when it is very obvious he's got this win locked in. That was Tyler's mistake. I certainly feel like Tyler should have kept open that Noxious Revival to be able to target something in his graveyard instead of his Silence. Yes. It looks like he has closed the game out right now, and I believe Sergio is our round 3 winner. There's the Thassa's Oracle. And the D-Consult. All right. We have our winner. Sebastian taking this round down with Inala. Well played. Well played. Just as I was saying before, the power of these draw engines and, you know, the ability for players to be able to, like, Rhystic Study should be banned. I'm so sorry to say it, you know, but Rhystic Study does not belong in this format because it is too easy to just close a game out right now with the card advantage. It's crazy. I'm going to see if we can get our winner, Sebastian, to come in and talk about his game here, because he did have a gameplay. I was speaking to him in between the rounds, and we were talking about making adjustments to his deck, and, you know, he made some very crucial pivots right now, and he may have something to say about his decision, because some of his cards that he is playing, he was considering removing. So let's get him in the booth here. I'll be right back. Sebastian, is all right on the screen?
Here?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody. We are here with Seabass, our round 3 feature table winner. Let's go ahead and remove all of these bad boys off of there so we can clean up the screen some. Well done.
Thank you.
Very well played. Was impressive. I mean, telegraphed.
Yeah, very. 100%.
I saw it coming a mile away, but impressive. Impressive. So that game was so spectacular from start to finish. I want you to walk me through the first few turns there and how it played out in your head.
So, first 2 turns. Well, I could reveal my hand a little bit. So I had Spellseeker with a Vamp Tutor, Chromox land, and 2 lands. So I was like, okay, next turn I could go for a turn 2 win with get Dark Ritual and go for Spellseeker line. Everyone was untapped, and knowing that they know me, they know how I play, I attempted to be, in my head, I was just like, if I go for it, I slow down, I have nothing anymore, I don't have any card advantage, so I'm out of this game. So I figured, turn 2 Rhystic Study, they all tapped out, and I'm like, cool, I'll get the turn 2 Rhystic Study, and then they're not going to force it because they're not going to want to. So then I was like, okay, Rhystic Study was good, and then they just gave me cards, and then the more cards I got, like, I just saw counterspell after counterspell after interaction, and I was just holding on to it forever. And basically,
Sergio, want to come in and talk, get in on this too?
Yeah.
All right. Can I have this? I was gonna say I need that baby.
It's my little duck.
He must be giving the duck to people when he beats
whenever
them.
they win.
Okay, well that's right. You earned that one, I guess. All right, continue.
But I just started getting interaction, and I just waited for someone else to do my dirty work. I never, ever want to tap out and make sure that someone else can get a win. So if someone else is going to tap out and do my job for me, all hands to them. So that's what I did, and then they just didn't have enough interaction.
So with that being said, because one of the things I was saying while we were, on stream here, I was talking about the power of Rhystic Studies and draw engines.
Yeah.
Was it concerning for you to see Sergio have 2 Rhystic Studies in play?
It was at first, yes. And then I noticed he tapped out.
Okay.
And I've done the math on this. I've done the analytics. There's only so many free counterspells.
Yes.
I knew in my head I had the mana, I had the cards, I had the counterspells. I could beat his free interaction.
Okay.
So I knew at that moment when he tapped out for the extra counterspell or for the copy enchantment, I was like, that's all good with me, because I knew he probably only has 1 or 2 things left in the tank. Because generally they do. That's usually what I've seen is when people tap out for Rhystic Study, they most likely usually don't have anything. It doesn't work all the time, so
Well, they're digging. Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment.
Happens,
They're digging.
yeah.
Now I noticed something. Do you feel like when you were analyzing, did you notice the pivotal misplay one of the players made that could have potentially put you in a really bad spot?
Yes.
What was that?
So the very pivotal thing that I noticed, was they basically all used their interaction to try to, or at least player 3, which was, I believe, Tyler.
Tyler, yes.
Yeah. He used all his interaction to try and stop this call in the week, instead of just letting it resolve and taking the hit so that he can stop me on my turn.
That's right.
He used up all his interaction, fed me and Sergio cards.
That's right.
And I was going next.
Yeah.
So because of that, I felt like, oh cool, this is my chance to, I have to win here.
Pivotal.
Yeah.
Because honestly, if he did not get greedy and try to get his silence back on top of his deck, and he kept that Noxious Revival and waited till the right moment to use it, you're cooked.
Yeah.
So he messed up there big time.
I think he was just dead in the water, and he was a little tilted.
And it happens. It happens to the best of us in that situation. That was just the pivotal moment from my analysis where I was like, oh, yeah, it's it. He's got it.
Yeah.
That was, like I said, that was well played. I honestly...
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was a tough one.
It was tough.
A tough pod.
It was a tough pod.
For sure.
I mean, like, you had a Glarb setting up, and then, I mean...
and then Rogsai is always going to be Rogsai, and they had 2 Rhystic Studies, so I'm like, it was tough.
It was one of you two.
Yeah.
It was one of you two was for sure going to get there.
And I was just lucky I was first, right? That's the,
sometimes that's the name of the game.
Sometimes that is the name of the game, yes. And you just got to hope and pray. So, and that's what I did, and it ended up, working out in my favor.
Well, Sebastian, well played.
Thank you, good sir.
Fucking absolute deck clinic you put on right there with your deck there.
Yes.
I'm impressed. You got anything else you want to tell the stream here?
I want to say, to anyone that's playing in games, don't get tilted. Have a clear head. I've had this problem too, and even if it's not going in your favor, anything can happen. I thought my first round I was like, okay, I'm just out of this game. I'm out of this tournament. I made a big mistake my first round, and second round I was like, okay, I'm able to get it back. I had a clear head. This round I'm like, have a clear head. Every game is a new game. You're never out until you're out. you know.
Very wise, my man.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for giving
brother.
us a good
Of
show
course.
there, man. Appreciate
Thank you.
you.
Brother. Appreciate it.
All
Thank you
right,
guys
man.
for watching. Keep watching.
All right. Well, thank you guys likewise for tuning in. I'm going to go in there and we're going to do a little bit of floor walking. Everybody, you are so patient sticking in with us here through these 3 hours here. I know these breaks in the middle are kind of excruciating, but if you can, I come back. I read every comment in the chat. So if you want to leave some positivity, you got some feedback on the stream here. We got a little bit of positivity earlier from Lance, speaking specifically onto, asking us about the brackets and being able to see the brackets. And that's good feedback. We want to make this the most exciting stream possible here at Darkside Games and Cardboard Content. So if you have anything, give us some feedback. Tell us who you want to see win this game so far out of the players that you've interviewed and the players that you've seen. Whatever kinds of stuff you want to leave for me in the chat, I'm ready to come back and check it out. I also could use some W and some vibe energy to keep me awake here because we are raw dog in reality. I didn't go to bed until 3 o'clock last night and I am exhausted. So let's keep the vibes high. I'm ready to see another exciting round here. We have more magic to come here at the Darkside Games. cEDH, what is it called? I had the name too. I lost the name. I want to say the word boot camp is not boot camp. What is the word that we use? Hold on. Derby. That's it. Derby. cEDH Derby. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you as well. And we will see you on the next round. Oh, wrong button. Alrighty, the next round is starting. We are in the semifinals right now. So this was a cut to top 10. So there are 2 buys in the format right now, with our opponents being in the one. I think they're both like 2-1s actually. So those opponent, that's Tyler and that is Sergio. So we have 2 pods, 1 feature pod. Jumping in on this? Oh, damn, yeah, I left it on the whole time.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Cool. Brain farted on that one. But we are jumping in right now. We have 2 4-man pods right now that are playing it out. We have another one that's not the feature table, and then this feature table has 2 players, it looks like so far, that were previously here at the feature table. We have our man James with 3 players that were previously here at the feature table. We have our man James here playing the Glarb, cooking with the Glarb. And then we have Peter, I think is what his name is. I forgot his name already. I'm brain farting on that one. He is playing with the James. There it is. James. James. Everybody's got some James fans in the chat. I love it. All right. Let's see if we can get one of these guys here to make their way to this victorious final table. What is the last player playing, though? I don't know who that is. We're standing by right now for him to get the mic. Let's actually start putting the names in right now. Bottom left is... I think that's what he is, right? That's what his creature types is. I think he's a goblin, right? I think. And the bottom right is going to be Frog Daddy again. Then top right is... Locks and keys. I gotta be PC and not call him Keymassa again. Bottom right. Let's make some space here for our guy. Wow, we're shuffling up. And we are still waiting for our top left player, who we do not know what he is playing. I don't even know who he is. So we're going to give him a good, healthy name here until we find out exactly who he is. Well, I, for one, have had food. All I know is I am really excited for this semifinal round. We have had such just crazy games this whole entire tournament. Like, just... I haven't seen cEDH have so much life and so much, you know, just dynamic, you know, like versatile pods in such a long time. Like, it's only a matter of time until we see how the impact of the unbans or bans. But I am really excited for the future of cEDH. They don't want me to go in there and play that final round. Celeb game. I'll get in there. I'll hop in seat 4. You guys want to see me hop in seat 4? Or I guess seat 1 in this situation. Depends on who's going first. Hop in. All right, Rudy, I'm in. I'm going to go get in there right now. We're going to go suit up with Ral. Let me find out who the guy is, though. I'll be right back. All right, he walked up just as I was about to get in the mix. I know what he is playing right now. Not Joyra the Gitu. I think it's like Joyra Ageless Ascetic or something like that. I forget what her name is. I've seen him and I've walked by Rob's deck a few times and like seen him cooking. So it'll be actually really interesting to watch this deck pan out and be piloted right now. For those of you guys, Ageless Innovator, that's the name of that card. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with that Joyra, Joyra, how she works is you tap her and then you put 2 Ingenuity counters on her. And then you may put an artifact card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the number of Ingenuity counters on Joyra. So you're cheating artifacts directly into play using Joyra's ability. And in a lot of cases, because that is uncounterable, it leads to some really interesting situations. Almost every time I've seen his board state, it has literally been just chaos. He's playing he's playing a lot of new heat, a lot of new cards. He's cooking. He's really cooking. There's one thing about Rob. If you've never met Rob, really nice guy. Very patient, with the new players, as well as patient with all of us old head, annoying, like grindy players. He's very much one of our local brewers here. He doesn't play other people's decks. He doesn't play. Almost every time he sleeves a deck up, it is his own, deck, and it is so interesting to watch him play. I wish I could call it an actual homebrew. These decks are like, they're very meta, and he like makes a lot of really interesting choices. Like last time I saw him play, he was playing Blue Farm colors, and then he played Show and Tell, and then stuck a Bolas of Citadel off of the Show and Tell, and I'm like, why aren't people playing Show and Tell anymore? Like I think his background is probably more like Eternal Magic, which, for those of you who are not aware, some of the best cEDH players usually have a background in Eternal. But he's always cooking. It's really cool to see his his decks that he chooses to play. Honestly, I half expected him on Blue Farm colors again right now, and my man is really just showing us that some new cards come out, he's just going to play what he wants to play. And I love it. Love the boldness. Can we see him make it to the finals right now and put pressure on established decks with this new Joyra tech? I, for one, want to see him pull up. But this is a really tough matchup, I got to be honest to you right now. Like, as far as like the meta analysis here. So we have 2 decks that are a little bit on the grindier side, and then 2 decks that are explosive. And then the way that they are being played, they're both on the same hemisphere, right? So like when you're looking at like the lines of play and like keeping your opening hands, you have to really keep that in mind in these deep stacks on the tournaments here. Like, it really matters. This is the time when like all your decision making, it really matters. I see a Mana Vault in his hand. I see him. He's really cooking. He might have a lot of gas, and it looks like he's still in the tank. I don't know if he kept that. He's got a Ristic. He's got a Mana Vault, some lands, Mox Amber. It's a really good hand. Okay, he is in the tank. I think he might be going for an early game Joyra and hoping that he can like work his way up to putting something really crazy into play. So that's a patient keep with 6 cards right now. Coming from our man James. All right, looks like we're back in the tank. So we have a second 7. We have our Glarb pilot taking his time as well, trying to ensure that his keep is very strong, because he's going to need to outrace quite a few. Oh, wait a minute. Second 7 from Rob. Okay. I believe Rob is going first. He's first seat too, I believe. All right. The dynamics of this game is really, really going to be just something too. Like, I can imagine just from like looking at the openers here, we're going to learn a lot about, you know, what the landscape of the cards being played. We're going to learn a lot about that off of the first few turns here. I believe we are about to take it away. Let's go. Alrighty, Badlands start off. We have Ragavan, and we have a Ragavan. Alright, interesting early game start. Ragavan having a lot of synergy with Malcolm. Okay. And he's shortcutting that fetch. And casting something I do not know. I do not know that card. Some kind of a creature. Alright, I don't know that card. See, this is what I'm talking about, Rob. Always in the kitchen. I do not know that card at all. I've never seen that card. Looks like a Nemesis card or something, too. Alright, we shocked it in. Played a Soul Ring and a Talisman. Alright, so we are going into a turn with an unblocked Ragavan. Unless it gets bounced, which is a fine play here, I believe. Alright, he's attacking the Master of Keys, expecting to get some value off of that, and he kind of did with a Chain of Vapor. he be using the Chain of Vapor? I don't believe so. I think he just wants the mana. Are we going to play a land and get ourselves a Malcolm? Ah. Okay. No heuristics, no fishes. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it resolves. Okay. All 3 for the Mr. Malcolm. He's in. So, the thing about this deck is that generally you are on a significant clock. He did go down to 6, so I can't see exactly what's in his hand, but there's a good chance that everything that he's playing is pretty relevant right now. Yeah. Okay. I'm interested. Honestly, that hand looks really strong. Like, I think he's got it going into this next turn. I have to call him Jib when we bring him back in. I didn't know that we can call him that. I think with this deck too, that like a lot of people underestimate how much pressure that you know, they're on. I really like to see a Deadly Rollick on top of Glarb's deck, because I feel like one combat here is going to be problems. So we'll see how this pans out. There's another player that does not have a blocker. We have a Pact in hand, I believe, which puts him on protecting his win line, if he indeed has a win line here. And he's attacking. Splitting it up. 1 in the air, 1 on the ground. 2 damage, and 2 triggers. Boom. Lots of treasure. What did he hit? He hit a Necromancy. Oof. Master Keys is losing all of his keys right now. Oh. Wow. So a little slower than expected, but like he's poised at this point. I think if he has one more turn, he kind of gets it. But he's cracking the map and putting the counter on him. Ugh. Free protection. All right, now let's see if Rob is cooking. Let's see if he's cooking. He says, hold up. I really just want him to tap that card so I can see what that card does, because honestly I have no idea. I think I'll be able to figure it out once he like activates it, because I really don't know what that card does. Okay, so Jorah's ability is on the stack now to add an innovation counter to put something that costs 1 into play for free. Or 2. That's right. You get 2 of them first. 2 of them each activation. It ETBs, and then you can tap it again for 4 counters on it now. Wow. He doesn't even need mana. What is going on here? I like this deck. I want a deck list for this. Oh my god, is he doing something nutty right now? I want to play this deck now, I think. I see some shenanigans here. I have an idea of what he could get. Because if I'm not mistaken, that's an Aether Drift card, the card that's on the left side of the screen, the one that he just dropped in for 4. If I'm not mistaken, that card is basically just a Birthing Pod, but for artifacts. So I think he has to choose and decide what card it is that he's going to get out of his library with activating that. Let me see what that card is called. It's got to be one of the more expensive cards in the format right now. That's a new card for sure. Just don't remember what it's called. What is that card called? Salvation Engine sounds about... Nope, that's not it. Repurposing Bay, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's it. Repurposing Bay. So he sacrificed the other card that he just dropped in right now, and he is Birthing Potting. I feel like I should get one of these actually while I'm here, because I like this card. Yeah, I want one of these now. I'm putting this in my want list. Joyra is really doing some work here right now. So if he gets a 3-drop, oh, Sculpting Steel, copying the Soul Ring, okay. All right, okay, well, it was an impactful turn. It was definitely not a nothing burger turn, that's for sure. I think I want to like loop Mindslavers with this deck. I think this deck is a perfect excuse, this Joyra deck, to like play Mindslaver and to just loop Mindslaver over and over again. What do you guys know about getting Mindslavered every turn? It sucks. I used to do it to people. It's great. Alright, we're getting an Intuition. Will Master Keys be setting up an Intuition line here on his turn? Or maybe he passes and then just sets the Intuition line up if nobody else wins. I think it's very safe for that player to set up the Intuition line, get 2 cards that he needs to go into the graveyard, and then 1 card that can kill like Malcolm when Malcolm takes an attack. But this will be really interesting to see. Like I suspect there's going to be a land pass from the Master of Keys player. Any shots? There you go. Yep, and you got attacked for 4 in total. So that looks about right. And 1 fetch, yeah, that's right. That math is right. The math is mathing. I don't know that you take a line right now, though. I think you just pass the turn here. You certainly have access to 5 mana, but if that 5 mana is not going to assure you a 2 mana win right now, I think you let it go and pass the turn. There it is. Well played. Exercising some patience. Now we are on the Glard player right now, who is really in the worst spot right now, I believe. And he is surveilling, which puts him in an awkward place from being able to be attacked with Ragavan. I sincerely hope he has a way of ensuring that he won't get damaged. Oh, okay, he played land from the top of his deck. And he's fetching. Okay, now we're fetching. Now James has been exercising an incredible amount of patience right now. I have played with him before, and I do know that he gives an astonishingly low amount of tells. You have to get your information directly from his lines of play, and he doesn't really give away much during the game, which is really good. It's a good skill to have. Okay, Dark Writ. Okay. I think we are online and we're cooking right now. Is this an ad nauseum? I think he's going for it. Without any regard for what other players are doing. Seedborn Muse. Okay. Okay. Gotta be honest, I was not expecting a Seedborn Muse here. This is really good. Getting to surveil every turn. Okay. Getting to surveil every turn and getting his mana back. Okay. That's actually a good engine he's got going here. I like it. Okay. Glarb Doom engine is online. I believe that's a dark deal there. No. Lively Dirge again. Okay. He's going for that win line right now again. My man ran him back-to-back 2 feature table games trying to win the game with Lively Dirge. I just want the win. I guess that's what the discussion here is right now. I just want to send you guys home. I know you guys are sleepy. You've been here playing Magic all day, and I think you guys need to go home. And here we go. We are reading the card. I think that if you guys do not do anything here, you are certainly dead. You're only out, and your only saving grace is an Orcish Bowmaster. So priority is on Rob first. Okay, and it must have got passed. It got passed to a Flusterstorm. Okay. That might just lock it up. He does not have the mana for that. He would need a Elvish Spirit or a Spirit Guide in his hand. Singing Spirit Guide. Okay. So the turn has been averted. And he's splitting the damage again. This is not looking good for everybody going into Rob's turn. Okay. He's activating the card finally. What does it do? Does it loot? Discards a card and untaps a creature. Okay. I think it untaps a creature. I don't know. Maybe it fights or bounces things. Okay. That's right. It untaps things. Okay. He's representing his commander damage because he feels like it may be relevant. got a Necro. All right, will we be resolving a Necro? That wouldn't be the worst play. I think Greed is gonna get you. He is ripping the Necropotence right now for value. Value Necro on the stack. Yeah. On the Necro getting cast, he's passing the priority, okay? Question is this Glarb going to let this slide? Because he's certainly going to need to surveil or something like that before the end of his turn. I think I would go for a Fierce. Or actually, no, Fierce wouldn't work here. It had to be Force or something like that. Look at him. He said, not even a surveil. I think he understands the assignment. So he's necroing for 10 to sculpt his hand and strengthen the already powerful hand that he had, honestly. He was setting up some wins. Okay, what is Rob doing? He is potentially dropping a big boy out. Oh, the Metamorph. Is he copying Soul Ring? Oh no, he's copying a Seaborn Muse. Well, well, well. That is quite interesting, copying Seaborn Muse right now. What did I say? Cooking with this deck. Absolutely cooking. All right, now we're going to the cleanup and discard now with the Necropotence. He's got a lot of interesting cards there. It seems as if he's going to be keeping that gamble to try to go for the W. Uh-oh. He is casting himself a freaking cord. X for 3. While he has priority, X for 3. I guess the 3-drop is going to be Flash Otter. That's the card that makes the most sense to me right now, if I'm being honest. Yep. That Flood Caller is ready for action. Okay. Well, the game has changed quite a bit. It's been changing hands. They've been passing it around to each other, each round of priority. And I think the game is getting close to a close. Getting an untap with a Valley Flood Caller and then having to be able to have the ability to win on top of Rob doing anything crazy seems good. So he's keeping a bunch of counter magic and a gamble and some mana. He may be setting up for a breach line. And that's fair. He's going to need to get rid of the Necro if he's setting up for a breach line, but with respect, we'll see how it goes. He's discarding a land and Chain of Vapor and Ad Naus and some of the other cards there, I guess. Nope, he's tucking the Ad Nauseam again at 29. He's tucking that Ad Nauseam at 29. I think you get rid of the gamble here, honestly. The gamble could be catastrophic for you. Oh, okay, he's getting rid of other cards now. That's, oh yeah. Yeah, he's getting rid of the gamble, okay. I think the cards he's got on the board are the cards that he's going to keep. there's a lot of discussion going on here, and like I get it, he's in the tank for a good amount of time here, but I don't think that the players should allow him to spend so much time making his decisions right now. I think that the best play that any of them can make is to force the clock on James, because if this game continues to go longer on, you know, arguably a really pivotal turn, that it really puts everybody in an awkward spot when it comes to time, especially because of the nature of everybody's decks and the way that the game has been playing out. Okay, I think he's made a decision. Okay. Okay, those are all exiled. And now we get to Rob's turn. We untap. My man said. Now this is a crucial turn. We saw a Lion's Eye Diamond. Alright, and then we are sacrificing the Seedborn Muse for 5. Okay, and we're looking for something that's 6. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the New Lotus. I saw him cooking with the New Lotus and doing some weird things with the New Lotus. I didn't really see exactly what happened, but I believe it's either going to be that, or it's going to be the 6-drop artifact that makes 3, and then when it ETBs, you draw 3. That is the last time I've seen anything particularly relevant at 6 hit a board. Let's see what he's picking. I think it's going to be the artifact that draws him 3 to try to gas his hand up a little bit, and he may have a way of reanimating the Seedborn. Or an additional clone. That's entirely possible too. I feel like Rob feels like he's really pressed right now. There it is. There's the 6-drop. He's going to ETB, draw 3 cards. Now, the tough part about that is that if he allows himself to be attacked, he can lose control of that, and then the other opponent that dealt combat damage to him is going to be able to take control of that and draw 3 cards as well. And that has just 3 mana. So what he would need now is, if that untapper untaps anything, I think he just floats the mana and then sacrifices that, because that draws him 3 cards, and then he gets something else. Maybe there's a reanimation artifact or something in his library. Or maybe he goes and gets like Spine or something like that off of the 7. I honestly would love to know what that card on the right side of his board does. Next to his command zone. I do not know that card at all. I think you like float 2 blue, and then you tap it, and you... Oh no, he has to discard a card actually. So yeah, But you discard a card, you untap the thing there, use the 2 mana that you have from the Ancient Tomb, and then sacrifice that so nobody else can get any value off of it. And then search your library for a 7-drop. What 7-drop, I don't know. Is it or less? Let me read Joyra again. Is it or less? If Joyra is or less, he could go get anything that might help him do something crazy here now. Let's just see what Joyra does. So Joyra gets X or less. Yes, it does. It gets X or less. Like, what obnoxious, horrible, big drop could he possibly get right now? Oh, Kitsa is in. I wonder why he doesn't get an Orcish Bowmaster there instead of Kitsa. I really honestly like an Orcish Bowmaster here. Okay. And for turn. He's probably cooking with Kitsa a little bit. Kitsa is a card that combos very well with Glarb and our Valley Floodcaller. I think that's the line that Rob is going to take, though. And I like Rob's his thought process here for sure. Yes, he is. That's what we're doing. He's floating the 2 colorless mana, and he's going to use a blue and discard a card to that thing. I think it untaps any artifact. I don't know if it untaps like creatures or artifacts or permanents or what, but I think that's what's happening here. I don't think that he lets any of those things through. Okay, so he's using 4 mana, possibly. Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay. Yeah, I see what he's doing now. He's going to try to bounce back a bunch of cards in his hand, draw a bunch more cards, which Bowmaster would have been a premium right now. He's trying to bounce back 5 cards. Question is he going to activate that ability where he discards now, or is that just not relevant? Because I honestly don't know what that card does. I wish I could like double click the screen and get an access to what that card actually is and what it does. I don't know that deck. I guess we're surveilling now, just in case, because it looks scary, and generally it is. When somebody can draw 5 or 6 cards on their turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards. He is activating. Yes, he is. Now, can he untap any permanent with that? Is he targeting Joyra? Uh-oh, here we go. This is my time to find out what the fuck that card's name is, because I don't know the name of that card. I want to find out. Let me find out. Okay, yeah, I did not know that one. So that card is called a Trickster Mage. So let's read that because I imagine we're seeing some cool tech right here, and I want to be educated as to what is going on here. From Nemesis. I knew it was Nemesis. That looked like a Nemesis card to me. Discard your card from your hand. Tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. Okay. It can be anything here. I like this. Oh, someone's trying to see what happens if you swat a card. So I think deflecting swat. I don't think deflecting swat works the way that they're trying to get it to work right now. Or I guess, yeah, he can choose any targets. Actually, yeah. If he swats right now, he can choose any number of targets, yeah. Let me see what that does. Does that card target or no? I think it targets. Now I forgot the name of the damn card. See, this is the worst. I'm the worst analyst ever. I can't remember the names of cards when I'm tired. Paradoxical Outcome. Had to dig deep for that. Had to dig really deep to remember the name of that card. Alright, return any number of target non-land. The Oracle text is return any number of target non-land, non-token permanents you control to its owner's hands. Draw a card for each card returned to your hand this way, yes. So he could, in theory, if he swatted, he can target other people's permanents and then cause Rob to not draw any cards. So that would be tech here. I think that's why that's relevant. So that might be what is going on here. Because you only get the draw clause if the cards that are returned to the player's hands. Oh, it's you control still too anyway, so never mind. He can't target opponents. It's you control. Yeah, so he can just wipe his board and get him to draw a bunch of cards. The number does have to be the same though, yes. Because he chose a number of targets. That's like Mind Break, yes. This game is going to go to time because of shenanigans, and then that's going to be really awkward when it comes to the finals. Because if they draw this game, I don't know how they will determine who goes. I suppose whoever has the best record is probably going to be the person that ends up going to the finals. For the points. Okay, so he's casting a SWAT, targeting the Paradoxical Outcome, which is tech. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. He gets to choose any number of non-land cards. So he's chosen 5. That means he can only pivot and choose Joyra as one of them when the ability goes on the stack. So now that ability has resolved, and now he's choosing which cards to target. He's going to respond to it anyway, so. I see, okay. He's choosing everything but the artifact. Activating Joyra. to 8. And he's going to drop himself an artifact down. That is important, and that is relevant and crucial. He's right. Yeah, I think if he wanted to do all of that, if he had Mind Break, he should have Mind Breaked it earlier. Yeah, he wasn't paying attention to his mana. I think the judge can legally roll that back if they haven't allowed anything else to happen. If he rolled it back, hey, okay. He might be able to continue with what he was doing. That's entirely possible. He's got the 3 mana. He's got the 3 mana. Yeah, so he can certainly Mind Break that if he'd like him to, yeah. Okay, yeah, that is where we're at. So he should, yeah, it's untapped. He didn't use the mana now, but that's okay. He's presenting a Mind Break trap. Yeah, trust me, I know that Distrilla. Crucial cEDH turns here, that's for sure. And, you know, I think it's probably because we have a player presenting a win right now. So, yeah, we're maybe going to storm off and do some shenanigans here. Who knows? Oh. Uh-huh. What about that? So if that enters the battlefield as a copy of the artifact, the Covetous Jewel, he would draw an additional 3 cards and have access to some more mana, going net positive. If there is some sort of combo or something that he is setting up right now, that'd be really interesting to see. Trust me when I say this, I've taken longer turns right now for sure. I have a nasty habit of being the person who takes an obsessively long amount of turns. However, Rob cannot allow himself to get attacked even once, because they're going to get both of those artifacts and they're going to get to draw 6 cards, and that's going to be really hard for him to potentially stop anything. I think the paradoxical outcome would have worked better if somebody else would have like tried to deal combat damage to him and then he returns them. Especially if, well, I mean, he got swatted, but... Okay, he's got his trigger on the stick. He draws 3 cards. Imagine how crazy it would have been if a Bowmaster came in instead of the Kitsa. If it was Bowmaster, we would have had a completely different game. We would have definitely had a whole board full of creatures be wiped. And have a really huge presence on the board with those Orc Army tokens. Yeah. And he can't cast non-creature spells at flash. If that was what I thought it was Eternal Witness. He can't cast that at instant speed. What is that? That's a sorcery. That's not even a creature. What is that? Destroy all enchantments? Interesting. Yeah, this is a long turn. So he's exiling more cards with Necropotence just to get an additional 5. But he doesn't get those back until the end of his next turn. So if any of those cards are crucial, he won't get them. Okay. The untap trigger has resolved. Destroyed all enchantments. Wait a minute, that's entering the battlefield as an artifact. That doesn't destroy. It's not an enchantment anymore. Hold on. It's entered the battlefield as an artifact. So that card is an additional cost to cast it at instant speed. That's some Garb Tech there for sure. Okay. Wow. Yes, it is an enchantment. Okay, yep. We are doing some things here. This is a turn. So it happens when you have somebody going rogue a little bit and doing some stuff people are not prepared for. So he's got himself some extra manas, and we're still back to cooking. How much more time do we have in the round? We have no round timer right now up, so I'm a little curious about how much longer we have to go in the round. It looks like all of the other players are still currently engaged in their gameplay, so I don't think anybody is done with the round just yet. Actually, no, that's not true. We have one game is finished. Yeah. So we're waiting on them. We're waiting on these guys to finish up their round, their semifinal round. And he is, okay. He's giving that guy haste instead of maybe Joyra, just to draw a card. Yes, to untap that. Yes, here we go. We're cooking. Okay, 3 manas. If there's a brain freeze about to go on the stack right now or something, I would be so impressed. If we have like a breach line about to happen right now, I'd be so impressed. Through all the bullshit. Okay, we're doing it again. We are doing it again. I miss here watching Rob just cook.
Put artifacts into play.
Yeah, well, putting artifacts into play, and they're like doing weird stuff, and then I got Glarb playing like random cards I've never seen before. Rob doing it. I'm like,
So you're saying this is an editing nightmare for me?
There's at least 2 cards that you're gonna be like, what? What is going on here? Like, how am I gonna do the stack? Okay, so he's cooking a little bit. I'm just really interested in like what kind of line that we're finishing the game with here now. Okay, we have a Force of Will to the Mental Misstep. There we go. All right. So I guess everybody is still fighting over some coolness here. Okay, we're gonna make 3 red. There it is. There is 3 red. Okay, are we gonna get a Joyra and then somehow give Joyra haste? Like a need for speed? Give Joyra haste and then untap Joyra 2 or 3 times in this turn and then just get right back to where he started? Or actually, he could cast that thing to be able to Birthing Pod again and maybe get something crazy. And that's what he's doing. Okay, Joyra's back in. They have boots. We're gonna put boots on the ground with Joyra? Does she have haste? She does not have haste. Does all of his creatures have haste for the turn or something? What? The creature's supposed to be coming into play tapped, or? Yeah, she doesn't have haste. How is he? Oh, what is that red card called? Is that what he did? Like, does he give all your creatures haste? Damn it. Now I gotta go look up a deck list for, what's her name? The Pirate. This is crazy. Or just look up the card, I guess, in general. Oh, I don't know, maybe. That land there is from... Oh, something of Ronus. Yeah, something of Ronus, okay. I think that's, yeah, it's one of the Modern Horizon 3 lands. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I was trying to figure that out. I'm like, how does Joyra have haste? Yeah, I see that foil red land. Okay, are we spinning top? Yep. This is 2/3, I think, of the entire game has all been on this turn, I think. We're looking at Master of Keys over there with like a couple lands and playing a Soul Ring. And Rob has played through like 1/3 of his deck all in one turn. Transmute artifact. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And he's F6. Okay. Is there a win line here? He is sacrificing, I believe, a 4-drop? No, unless he recasted it and it's a 6. It could be a 6 now. I think it's the same thing as that other artifact, the Covetous Jewel. Really hard to visually just tell what's going on here. I really do got to hear. I need to get monitors for the next time that I do this so I can actually hear what they're saying too. I believe that's a 6-drop, what he's sacrificing right now to transmute artifact. Scorpion Steel came into play as a copy of a 6-drop. Oh, Memory Jar. Okay. I mean, he's got the D-Grid in right now, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. I mean, unless, of course, Master Keys is like stoking on a silence right now. Because he can cast a silence through a D-Grid. But the crazy part is that the Necropotence, if that was in play when he had that, could have been a little bit more impactful. Not from the discard, but just in general. Just being able to gas up, have some options. So honestly, those other cards that are under Necro right there are really interesting, because if he doesn't get any like craziness, because he's not going to get to draw those cards with Necro until the end of his turn. I'm pretty sure. Now I'm going to double check. This whole entire game, they have me second guessing like every card that I know how that it works. Alright, so Necro. Yeah, beginning of your next end step. So he's not going to get those cards back until his next end step. So if there's anything crucial in James's 5 cards that he exiled, or 6 cards that he exiled with Necropotence, he's not going to have access to them until the end of his following turn. Which I do believe he let go of Born, but I could be wrong. And Born got exiled. I remember seeing a Born. Maybe it was last game. I don't know. It's such a long game, I can't even remember. I'm just trying to see what we're going to do here, what the end result of all this is right now. We're cracking a Memory Jar. Yeah, he's got to be digging for Breach. He's got to be digging for a Breach line right now. That's the only thing that makes sense. There it is. Is that the silence? Ah, what did I say? Didn't I say it was a silence? That he can get through D-Grid? I said it. I knew it. Very patient. Master Keys over there like, I got this, boys. Don't worry. Is there another counterspell? Nope, we are topping. Does he have an answer? He's going to activate top and draw a card. A Final Fortune? Okay. 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 Yep, so you exile that. Okay. So he's going to lose the top. But this could be done in response to the silence. He is going to discard all of those cards at the end of turn if he does not have a way to put them into play now or to make use of them before the silence resolves. Okay, here we go. Okay, silence has resolved. And we are going to end step, I believe. He's letting the mana fizzle and going to end step, and then we're going to see what sort of shenanigans happen the following turn. I don't think he has an access to Breach anymore, a Breach line. He was trying to draw into a Breach line, so he needs like a way of reanimating it from his graveyard, or he is kind of cooked. I think the silence worked a little bit. I think the silence was doing a little bit of work. Oh yeah, that's that land. It stays tapped. Yep. All right, and he's dead. Dead to a Final Fortune. A well-timed silence by Master of Keys. Well-timed silence. And what is the time? Do we have any timers at all? I think semifinals is untimed, so I think we're just playing through it. Whew. Man, oh man, that was a stressful turn. That's for damn sure. What a stressful turn. Rob exiting the game after a valiant attempt at winning the game. We're breach line. Now we have a Master of Keys with an exiled Necromancy in the graveyard, or in exile. So I don't know much of what he can do now going into this turn. The D grid is off the board now, so Glarb can actually set up some wins here too. I want to say that it's Glarb's game at this point, I think. Okay, here we go. Somehow he had one card in his hand the whole time? Okay, land off the top. Okay, 1, 2. We're going to cast a Wishclaw Talisman. Okay, interesting. Okay, and then we're activating the Wishclaw Talisman. Is there a one-line live now that he could get with Glarb to just set himself up? Actually, isn't there an instant with Kitsa or something like that right now? With Kitsa, there's an infinite, I believe, with Kitsa and Valley Floodcaller, but I could be wrong. Where you like draw and discard through your entire deck. No, that's not gonna work. I think he needs like a Mox too. He needs the thing like a Mox in his hand, and then, which he does not have a Mox in play right now either, so I think he doesn't have an infinite just yet. But I feel like he's close to ripping a win here. All right, James fans, it might be his time. It might be Big James going to the finals. Who knows? I mean, to be fair, he could do this at instant speed. So, if he has a line, he doesn't have to do it now. He can certainly try to do it on top of James. I guess the timing now is really going to matter. Thank you, 11 viewers right now in the chat. I think we got a high number right now. So give it up for the chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today for this exciting tournament. I know it probably sounds like I don't got that much more energy, but you know, we just had a like 25-minute long turn and I'm exhausted trying to mentally put it together. Imagine me playing through that, having to pay attention through the whole thing. Yikers. Okay. This is a really interesting turn here, I gotta be honest. Like, we're doing another long turn here. Trying to determine what lines of play that we're gonna take, and there's not many, if any. I want to say he was hell-bent going into this turn, but I don't recall him having exactly no cards in his hand before the memory jar resolved. right, we'll see what he's got. I'm very interested to see what card he got. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's setting up a Kitsa Infinite right now. Oh, there we go, Glarb. Surveilling 2. Land in the grave. Top card. I'd go to combat right now if I'm being honest. His board is completely open and all of his creatures are unsummon sick. I'd just go in and I'd attack James because they're going to untap anyway. But as leaving damage on the table, I'm a little bit more bleeding edge. I don't let damage go. Okay, he's tapping 4. Is it? Oh. I thought he was going to cast 1 ring. Oh my god. Yikes. Ugh. He loses Ragavan, he loses the little guy, he loses the treasure, he loses the Mox Diamond. If I swear the Glarb player is seriously like, oh, intuition, all right. The Glarb player has been leaning on that freaking I swear I've seen that Wrath in all 3 of his games right now, and he's just leaning into that card. Like, if I didn't know any better, I'd be like, that card is an all-star. It's a staple. He's doing it at instant speed right now. He's got full ability and access to be able to untap his creature and get surveils. Now, I think he's probably going to try to save this game or save himself from absolutely eating that. If I'm being honest, he's only losing Soul Ring and the Tutor. So this is interesting. Oh, he's setting up an Abdel line. Okay. Well, he's cooking a little bit, setting up that Abdel line. I see what he's doing. Yeah, and he gives him Abdel in his hand, which means he'd have to have a land in his hand to be able to crank the Abdel out, which is entirely possible. It's entirely possible he can crank an Abdel out. Abdel is only 5 mana. So he is banking on getting an Abdel Adrian on his turn. Now we have a Pact on the stack right now, targeting that card. And this is the perfect time and opportunity right now to... Oh, nope, he survived it. So yeah, we're done. We're on the final run. Getting rid of that Necropotence earlier honestly came in handy right now. He's in a good spot after resolving his gamble. If he's going for that breach, then yeah, he's good. He's going for a breach line. So he has to hope that the cards... Oh, there's breach. There it is. It wasn't under. So I think he's alright. Did he lose LED also or no? Here we go. He should have untapped the Glarb also after he did that. I guess he missed his Glarb trigger. Or his Flood Caller trigger to untap the Glarb. Okay, here we go. Let's see if he hits. 5. Brain freeze. Okay, well. No such luck. He can't get in with Ragavan. Does he have access to anything else in his graveyard now that he can cast to potentially get going here? I don't think he has Lion's Eye Diamond anymore. Okay, here we go. He might be good to just do what he wants to do. There's 1 land from his hand. Now he's going to combat to try to get there, to get some actual mana to do things. So he has to get the air guys, and he has to send those over that way. The Ragavan will certainly not get blocked, or they'll certainly get blocked. So he can't block the Ragavan because he wants the extra card in his graveyard also to cost less. Either one of those two. I wouldn't block anything. I would just give him the treasures at this point. Soul Ring, okay. Oh, Ragavan died, okay. So we got one. Did he see an LED in his deck? I don't think I saw LED in there. I don't think I saw an LED. I think LED is under the Necro. Oh, no, there it is. It's just a LED proxy. Okay, yeah, he's got it. James closed it out again. I think 4 spells. Yep, Storm to 6. He got it. He got it. I find it to be interesting that he went for an Abdel line instead of protecting that card. I feel like the Master of Keys deck had everything in his favor to like survive that. The Pact would have killed him. Can one of these guys make him draw a card at instant speed? They would be absolutely savages if they could. I'd be so impressed. Now I'm a little curious about what he's going to do to kill the other players. Like, does he have access to Thassa's Oracle still? I don't recall seeing Thassa's Oracle either, but I could be wrong. Does my man here have another free spell to protect himself or everyone else? Or no? What does he have? Does he have Thassa's down there? I don't see Thassa's. Oh, there it is. He's got the Thassa's Oracle. Okay, it's still in. Okay, he closed it out. Got Big James winning 2 feature matches right now in front of everyone. Showing him the power of Pirates and Goblins united. James the GOAT! All right, we got a James fan here. Thank you so much for the 100 channel points. We're going to get him in here. We got to talk about that long-ass turn. Both of them long-ass turns. We got to get him in here. The GOAT! We're going to get him in here. We're going to get him here talking, folks. We'll be right back in a second.
Oh, yeah, I'm dying. I'm like, that's such a, you guys both took me. I'm like, okay, one of y'all got to get it. You were real good. I was on whatever you were. No, I like what you were doing. Yes, I guess not. You got my bag. You want to talk about that again? Sure.
Because you got your fans in the house right now. They're all calling you the GOAT. All right, we got James the GOAT in the house right now to talk about that incredibly just freaking seat, butt cheek clenching, nail biting turn.
Yeah.
So you had an incredibly long, roughly 15-minute turn. I was like kind of counting yours. I'm pretty sure that Rob had like a 25-minute turn. So thank God this round was like not timed.
Bro, Rob's turn felt like it was 3 years.
It did. It felt like a long time. I think we were all kind of just like going to sleep a little bit, but I was engaged because he was honestly cooking, and that was a cool deck. That was a cool deck, and I liked his lines. They got him right now, and like I completely called that silence. I was like, yeah, he's got to like, he's getting through the defense grid, guaranteed. He's going to the silence. So let's just walk through your rationale the whole game.
So when I cast that Lively Dirge early, nobody responded to the Seedborn Muse. So I knew that the coast was kind of clear, that I only had to worry about non-creature counters. So I was just like, let's jam it. Let's see what happens. They got flustered, and so the following turn, I necroed, got some card advantage, tanked for a while to figure out what cards I wanted to keep because I had a Valley Flood Caller and an Ad Naus, and it was just like, what line am I going to try and go for? But yeah, I think my biggest mistake was exiling cards with the Necro when it got destroyed. Because I could have exiled the Wincon.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit, and honestly, it worked out because I was like, man, I kept looking through your deck. I didn't see the LED because I didn't recognize it was a proxy. So I was like, my God, did he not have an LED there? So like, it's good that you had the LED there. Good that you got there. I mean, honestly, it was a series of fortunate events through all of that. The one thing that I've noticed about cEDH, and the longer those games go, especially when you're cooking, is like the amount of focus that a player has to like exhibit and to keep throughout those really long turns to like make sure that you're maintaining your lines of play while the board and circumstances are switching and evolving. Takes an incredible amount of skill. So you actually kept that together really well, because there was a few opportunities that if you had like misplayed, you would have completely took yourself out the game.
Well, I also should have mental misstepped the Cerulean Haste. But I just missed it.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what was going on there because so many of the cards that he was playing, I was like, does that red instant give all of his creatures haste the whole turn? I was like,
just the one.
No, I thought it was just the one, but I forgot about the land from MH3 that lets you exert and then you can give a creature haste. So that one caught me off guard there, but yeah, man, that was just a riveting game right there. You played it well, man. You managed to close that out. Glarb again trying to run back that damn culling ritual twice. I think it's 3 feature games that he was in that he ran that card out trying to win the game with that card, and like that's just crazy. Like I don't know how to even put all of what was going on together.
I kind of priority bullied a little there to get the intuition cast. Because if the intuition's in hand, he can go find a counter spell and hose me back.
Well, truthfully, I thought that was the line he was going to take, and he got greedy going for the Abdo line, thinking that he was going to get another turn. Because truthfully, a couple of things should have happened. I guess in like bigger tournament magic right there, what you would probably encounter if we weren't all such a friendly, tight-knit group is someone could have pushed both you and Rob on time. Because if they had pressured you guys on time and pressed you guys on time, that could have put you guys both in a situation where you could make, a misplay. And like honestly, any opponent is well within their rights to push you guys there. So it's just good that we're in that situation to have the opportunity to be able to put everybody on time. But like, I mean, truthfully, those were super impactful turns. Both of those turns, long. Needed to be long for you guys to be able to like navigate the situation there, because like honestly with the SWAT that was impressive. I had to like look up the rulings and like kind of go back and forward to figure that out with the SWAT, and I was like, oh my god, you could hit that. And then I'm like, oh, okay, can you hit other people's stuff and then stop them from drawing? And like, oh no, wait a minute, no, you can't do that. And I'm just trying to see what everybody was doing with the cooking, and honestly, man, like I said, it was well played from all players involved. Everybody did their thing. I had a great time. That was an exciting game to watch. So chat, again, let's give it up for James the GOAT. Let's get a GOAT in the chat. Let's get it. Man, all right. Well, it looks like we're going to be going into our finals. I'm going to see how long it's going to take. Yeah, it was a good win. I'm going to see how long it's going to take for us to get into the next round. It might not be very long, but we're going to switch back to table view here for just a second, and we're going to put that in between rounds. That was a mogul move. You right about that. That was killer. It was well played. Let's see if we're jumping right into the next round here. Jumping right into the next one, finals? Pretty much. So, we have had a turn of events here. Everybody has been playing a lot of Magic and is really tired. We are in the final round right now, Gobble Coon. So, what the players have decided to do is they have decided to chop the prize pool. So the prize pool is currently, actually I'm just going to take all of this off here now because this is a fun game. So we are just playing for fun. The players have decided to chop all of the prizing. They are chopping down to $75 each instead of anybody going for the 300. This game will not have a judge, so we got to put it on these guys to play perfectly because we don't need a judge anymore since this is a fun game. They're going to play it out for you guys on stream to make sure that you guys can stay entertained. Congratulations to our final pod winners here. We've got a Darkside player. We have got our GOAT, James. We've got Hashaton here trying to do something a little bit more. And we have Tyler running in with the Atraxa Mommy. Atraxa Phyrexian Mommy, that's what it should read on the card. So we're going to see how this goes. We got Benedict over there with the Shuhei Nakamura shuffling. All right, well done to all of our players today. Man, this was a really exciting tournament, I gotta say. It was really exciting. I gotta give it up for both Benedict and the rest of the Cardboard Content crew, as well as Darkside Games, for asking me to come out and to cast for you guys today. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here with you guys through these last 6 hours of gameplay. Definitely appreciate all the energy in the chat and everybody out here coming and hanging out and cheering on your favorite pilots. Now, I'm curious, guys. So we have seen every single one of these players here in the stream games, right? Who do we have taking this one down? I'm curious to know. I have my own thoughts. I'm really curious to know what chat's thoughts are on who will take down this match. Even though they are playing... Oh, actually, I got another thing. And that the Japanese collector's pack is on the line for one of the winners of the pod here. So that's a little juice for the pod here. But they are also playing for pride. Although they chopped, and they are value players, they're still playing for the pride as well. I don't think any of these guys are going to short you with a bad game. You're still going to get yourself a action-packed game here. Who do we think is going to take this down? Will Rograk and Silas take it down? Will Atraxa Mommy take it down? Do we have Pirates and Gabos taking it down? Or do we have Shards of Alara, Sphinx Deck, Hashaton? Yeah, I'd like to see Hashaton cook a little bit. There's been so many different variations of Hashaton right now. We've had like Hashaton like split second turbo. We've got Hashaton mid range. We've got Hashaton graveyard reanimation combo. There's so many different ways. Rogsai, okay. We're going with the classics. Rogsai taking this down. Speedy. But the thing is that Rogsai, Pirates and Gabos, okay. Because honestly, that deck is pretty well tuned to do the same thing pretty consistently. And like Rogsai could potentially just get starved out if everybody plays a little slower. Rogsai is one of those games where you actually have to, you know, get a lot of your value from other players to kind of come over the top. On its own, it kind of does move a little slow. It's a symbiotic deck a little bit. All right, we got a really like split chat here on who's gonna win. Nobody wants Atraxa to win, I see. All right, it looks like everybody is keeping right now. We got a 6, a 7, and a 7. I think we're about to take it away. Cutting. Let's see if this 6 drop holds up. Oh no, he's going to 5. Who's going first? I sincerely hope he is not going to 5 in the first seat, because if he is, he's going to need a fish in his opener, or he's going to need to turn 1 Ristic Study, or he is cooked. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we going to 4? Please say it ain't so. Don't go to 4. He's doing it. He's going to 4. Oh my God. So now, my opinion has shifted. I need to see a Darkside victory here. I need to see a Darkside come from behind victory. I am very much an underdog story lover. What if he's like just memeing everybody right now and he goes to 0 and then just exit the game and make them have a 0 man? I don't put that past Sergio right now, just trolling the crap out of everybody. Do not put it past him. I don't know why he's bringing up he who shall not be named, because Darkside's never coming back. They have firmly put Darkside under the mountain. He's not coming back, right, chat? Never coming back. Never, ever, ever. He is not ever coming back. As much as everybody wants to dream he's coming back, myself included, he ain't coming back. RIP in the chat. RIP in the chat. All right, will he be keeping this 4-lander here? Is my man keeping a 4-lander? I feel it. He needs a fish in his opener. Like, if he's going first and he rips a fish, never punished. Ever. Let's see what he's doing. I think he's staying at 4. I think he's staying at 4. Watch this. Turn 1 fish, never punished. Okay, here we go. Take it away. Who's going first? Okay. Oh, okay. Got ourselves a nice little slow start here. All right. He believes in himself. Okay. This guy's really playing Pull from Eternity. Oh. All right. We got ourselves a nice little draw engine here. Okay. Uh-oh, trigger. Uh-oh, he's drawing. Uh-oh, turn 1 Ristic. Alright, well I guess we know how this is gonna go. In order for a turn 1 Hashaton, I believe we're going to have to give Mr. Atraxa a card, which may or may not be pretty bad. Okay, just a land. All right. We're watching how much value we're giving our opponents here. I like that. Very responsible Magic. Attack with Rogrek. You won't. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, I guess he's got it locked in. He's not giving anybody any value. Okay. No value. Will we get a 2 toughness creature to come into play? Oh, we did. 2 power with a Lotho. Trigger. It just gets better and better, doesn't it? He's curving right into shenanigans. Is he attacking? Uh-huh. He's attacking the very clear ad nauseum player right now. Responsible Magic. I like it. I like it. And did not draw any cards. Okay, 2 mana. And a land to trigger. Oh no, just Talisman, okay. Okay. We're casting a... Oh, I was gonna say, Vial Smasher? Now comes in. That is true. He's getting a trigger. Lotho trigger. Got a treasure. Okay. And we're passing to Hashaton. Okay, surveilling. Very good start. Potentially setting up some cool reanimation shenanigans. I like where we're starting with this. You know what I want to see played in Hashaton? I want to see that Sphinx that when it ETBs, it drops somebody's life to 10. I wonder why nobody's not playing that. Just drop them to 10. And then put pressure on them. 1 activation. Just boom. Got you. Here it comes. Hashaton, yes. We're going to trigger a Ristic. Together now. Mm-hmm. Then are we going to play a Lion's Eye Diamond? Oh, nope. Slow rolling. Okay, I love it. I love it. Mm-hmm. He never missed a land drop. Sergio has never missed a land drop. Fetching. Preemptively fetching before someone gets an Oppo out. I don't mind that. I feel like at least 2 of the players at the table now are playing Oppo. Okay, Steel Enchantment. I like the way he is thinking. An all-star right now for yoinking heuristic studies. Give it to him. Give it to him. Like everybody's asking, oh no. He said no and he lost his commander's advantage. So I've got to go to the little boys' room. I'm going to leave you guys with everybody. I sincerely hope I don't miss too much. I'm actually going to log on to the stream right now from the restroom. That's my commitment to you guys, to watch it the whole way through. Let me log on to this really quick. Activity, and let's see my friends at Darkside Games. There we go. I'm in the chat. I'm inside you. I'll be right back. man, I just walked up right now and I heard about somebody getting a Wheel of Fortune right now. That doesn't sound good. The Darkside player done Wheel of Fortune and put everybody in. I just walked up right now and I heard about somebody. That's going to be some feedback right there on my phone. So this is going to be a good, exciting end to the tournament right here, because usually a Lion's Eye Diamond getting casted can spell disaster. But I think we got there. Atraxa has received protection for a turn cycle and has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are almost there. Okay. The glint horn is in the grave. Uh-oh. Is he going for it? No, he's going to draw first. Do you have an Orcish Spellmaster trigger? No? No. Yeah, he does need food chain mana to be able to go off. Will he just slam an Atraxa right now for value? Value Atraxa online? Get to see 11 cards? Possibly keep up to 9 additional cards? Okay. Oh no. And the Grand Abolisher resolves. Okay. Okay. Heuristic. Let him draw. Lotus Petal. Here we go. Wait. Force of Will, that Grand Abolisher. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you want to let the Grand Abolisher go for the whole turn. That's for sure. Lotus Petal. Triggeristic, he's drawing. Uh-oh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got the 7. Is there a Hull Breaker coming down? No? No? A 6. Okay. Is he really going to try to run the Grand Abolisher back later? I think he is. He's got a silence in his hand. I see that. I think he's going to try to run it back and then do it again the next turn. So I guess everybody is a turn down from dying. I guess everybody's a turn away from dying right now. This is going to be the pivotal turn here. We got 1 turn rotation to figure it out. Oh, he's casting more spells. Are we going to get a Malcolm with the bird or no? Nope. We are going to just pay for the Ristic and then put in a Noble Hierarch. And yeah, if that's the case, he's just dealing his responsible damage. Okay. Now we have to see how James plays through this right now with Glinthorn Buccaneer in the graveyard. He does need a little help here to be able to close this out. Coming in the air for 2 at Hashatan. And we got a treasure. Reanimating. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. There's an Underworld Breach in play. With exactly 3 mana to Glinthorn Buccaneer. He's casting a Silence. Does he have protection? He does, but he doesn't have the ability to set himself up for the Dubski with that Silence on the stack. Oh no. And I sincerely thought that he was going to hold that Silence for his turn. A Breach does look scary, but I don't know if he exactly had everything that he needed to. There's no LED in the grave right now. So yeah, we're going to lose that Breach. Wait, he's thinking. I think he's going to lose the Breach. Nope, he's going to fight for the Breach, I think. No, he's going to lose the Breach. Breach is gone. Nope, wait, we're fighting for the Breach. Hold on. We are fighting for the Breach. We are done fighting for the Breach. I think he's just going to let it go and try to fight for another day. Which is really awkward because we're going into a Hashaton turn right now, where Hashaton can certainly set up any number of interesting lines of play and interesting wins. What is that a copy of in his graveyard now? I see a Shroom the Hegemon. Is that a Shroom the Hegemon that is a copy of? Okay, here's a land. Do we die to some interesting Hashaton tech here? Because I feel like we're going to see something exciting. Try to take a Rhystic Study again. I suppose I would be putting pressure on the Ad Nauseam player right now. Since you have a 4/4. I don't know if I would be passing the damage right now. This is a really strange set of circumstances here now. So this isn't a breach line or a breach setup, is it? Okay, interesting. We're starting the turn here. Just fetching with a land, and then we have someone usually after a one ring is resolved and you start drawing some cards. It's kind of easy to close the game out. So you pitch this silence, I suppose, after expecting to lose the game, last in rotation. So he's going to try to get himself a Grand Abolisher back. If he gets that Grand Abolisher, it might be it. Grand Abolisher? Just do it. Just do it. Run out the Grand Abolisher. Do it. I'd be like goading him into doing that so bad. Like, yeah, go do it. Do it. I dare you to. Do it. Do it. Do it. Go ahead. Discard it. Cast that Grand Abolisher. You know you want to do it. You know you want to play a Grand Abolisher right now. He's still short. He can't do anything with it anyway, but still, that's just funny to me. Because he realistically can't pass his turn right now and do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, he has to do something. So there it is. There's the Grand Abolisher. And he's heuristic studied. And I think everybody is good now. They let that Grand Abolisher resolve. No, they did not. We force-willed that Grand Abolisher. Under those circumstances, are they to let this man have a Grand Abolisher? He's just going to get a whole nother turn rotation, and he's going to try it again. Oof. Packed. He's going for it. He's going for it this turn. What are we, Thousands Oracle Demonic Consultation right now? After the fact? There it is. This is it. This is the turn. He certainly has enough mana to Thousands Oracle and Demonic Consultation. I believe he's missing a Lotho trigger as well right now. He remembered it. There we go. So we've got a Lotho trigger on the stack. I think he's trying to convince everybody to not care about him having a Grand Abolisher because he can't cast Atraxa. Like, he can't just Demonic Consultation and Thassa's Oracle right now. Or Tainted Pact and Thassa's Oracle. mean, realistically, he has enough mana to Demonic Tutor, one missing part, and then still cast the other two. So this is it right here. They let that Grand Abolisher resolve, they die. Here we go. Silence. Are you going to silence him? I think you need to silence him if you got to silence. And then one of you guys needs to wipe the board next turn, and then he dies to a pact. Because honestly, that's literally what I would be doing, is I would be absolutely cranking Oh my god. These guys, if they don't crank this out now, like they have to stop this. If they don't stop this right now, then they lose. He certainly has enough mana right now where he could just crank it out. He has it. He's got 2 treasures with a Lotho. He's got a land that taps for colorless, and then 2 colored mana. He has to now. Is he gonna lightning bolt the Grand Abolisher? No, he can't lightning bolt the Grand Abolisher. This all has to be in response to the Grand Abolisher. Why are they worried about Atraxa right now? You don't need that. If the Grand Abolisher resolves, he's just gonna Thassa's Oracle and Demonic Constellation. Oh my god. The fact that we are still in the tank right now about somebody resolving a Grand Abolisher is insane to me. I don't know why you're trying to count Atraxa mana. It is not an Atraxa line that we're taking right now. We're taking a Thassa's Oracle Demonic Constellation line, and I'm so surprised that everybody is not acknowledging and recognizing that that's exactly what's about to happen. It is certainly Thassa's Oracle Demonic Constellation right now. It is not anything else. That is the line that any reasonable, rational maniac would take right now. Okay, so it looks like the Grand Abolisher has resolved. This time, like, I mean, I'm super confused about what's going on here. Because, like, he still might have Thassa's Oracle Consult mana right now if he just rips it. Like, if he's got Thassa's Oracle, he just slams the Thassa's Oracle now when they can't do anything, and then Demonic Consultation, boom, we're done. Like, do you born as the Darkside player? Do you born and then try to do your own Thassa's Oracle Consult on the top of everybody else? Like, I feel like that is a really sneaky line of play to take right now, to just rip it over the top of everybody else. A clean break Oppo. Like, just running an Oppo out right now. A Rollick on a 6, okay. Everybody's doing literally everything that they can right now to stop a weird line from happening when really the line is Thassa's Oracle Consult. No, like, it has to be. It has to be the line that he's taking. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Like, you guys have to feel like you're dead now to a Grand Abolisher now. I think they're dead. Sacrifice the clone, sacrifice the birds, get the extra manas, cast yourself an Atraxa. And that's a wrap. He freaking closed it down. Exactly 3 mana to run it out. And I don't think he played a land this turn either, so he can, like, certainly keep Cradle, you know? I mean, I probably wouldn't keep Cradle in there, because he doesn't have that many creatures in... Oh, well, he's got 2, an extra 2 mana. The Soul Ring, the Spirit Guide... Okay, this might be it. I think we're closing it out now with this. I don't see anybody else losing here. Are we good? I think we're good. Are they waiting? Like, I don't get what we're waiting on right now. This is it. We're waiting on the wrap up here so that way we can put my mans in the... Put my mans down. He's coming in. Big Tyler's coming in right now. He's coming into the hot seat. Big Tyler is coming into the hot seat to talk to everybody. This motherfucker's get like, why is he not afraid? I'd be terrified to Adnaw's here, honestly. All right, that's it. That is it. The Miss Hollow is in the grave. Exile Miss Hollow enough times. Go get that Thassa's Oracle. Close it out. There you go, Miss Hollow. Make all the mana. Ballista. Ballista everybody to death. I think that's it. That looks like that is it, everybody. We got our in spirit champion right now, Tyler, with Big Mommy Phyrexian Atraxa closing it out. I think everybody can agree now. You lost. Pick him up. All right, I'm gonna go out there and get my mans. Let's see what's going down with the winners.
I thought it was abolish or win, to be honest with you. So it was, and after you got it. After I got it, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like that's the feeling. You want to talk about it on channel? Sure. All right.
All right, guys, we've got our winner, our spiritual winner. Because all 4 players are really winners because they got the money, but we got our spiritual winner, Tyler, about to come in with us and talk about his game here and get out of his way. Go ahead, brother.
Fantastic. We're here?
Yep, right there, brother. Cool. All right. Let's do it really quick.
Sure. Pack of that too. That's awesome.
Got the pack here. Got that Japanese collector pack. So we are here with Tyler, the spiritual winner, because they all really won some money here, $75 each. But Tyler is the champion here of the cEDH Derby. I think this is the first annual one. You want to walk us through, first and foremost, walk us through your impression on the game in the beginning, and then we're going to talk about your final turn here. So first, beginning.
The beginning of the game, sadly though, Darkside didn't really have much though to have a beginning grid or early board.
Yep.
The main issue that I saw that they kept doing over and over again to establish the board, they were really, really trying to steal that Ristic study. They were
Yeah,
really
it was fighting over that
They
Ristic.
were so aggressive to fight over the Ristic study, and there was a bunch of counter spells being burned on it. And I'm just like, oh, okay, well, a bunch of free cards that I can play. I can play a bunch of cool, funny little creatures. I think the issue was too many threats, quote unquote, like little mini threats kind of got like slid under the table though, because the Lotho being in play, even if the Polywalk only got me like 3-4 cards, it's 3-4 cards.
Yeah, that might as well be permanent fish as far as I'm concerned, especially at him having one counter on him.
I got a bunch of cards off of that. Lotho gave me more mana. The fact that I was allowed, the thing that was just funny though was him casting Seal Enchantment. The next turn, I was like, okay, well then I'm allowed to just play the One Ring. After that, One Ring was just allowed to just exist.
Yeah, which I clocked the One Ring kind of going crazy and everything like that too. Like it was nuts. The whole thing was just nuts, like across the board. And like you were just pressing everybody with like doing the minimum, which was really cool and really interesting. That like you got to be able to establish that presence with everybody kind of working into you. Which I mean, honestly, I played against Atraxas plenty of time. That's what everybody does. You're on the clock until they resolve that Atraxa, and after that, you must do something.
Oh yeah. And the other thing being, though, is the guy playing the Pirates, the Malcolm. He was first to be more than willing, though, to dump a counterspell, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I did notice that too.
He was really quick to throw a bunch of.
I did notice that too. It was honestly hard fought because at that point, like, it could have been anybody's game, and it shifted quite a bit. You know, even Sergio looked like he was down and out, but I mean, Rogside can present a win. Anytime.
The wheel scared me because he still had the LED and everything.
Right.
I'm like,
and I'm just like, damn, are we going for it now? After he resolved the LED, that was like right after I came back in the restaurant. I was like, oh, does he got it? It looks like he's got it because that's pretty safe. Ripping the LED right there.
Luckily, off of that, though, that gave me Pact and Force with a pitchable card. And I'm just like, okay.
Okay, we camp it out.
Let's see what happens.
Okay, so let's talk about that final turn and what your thoughts were on that final turn there. Because you had a little bit of a fight over the Grand Abolisher there, and then leading into that turn, it looked like you pivoted part of the way through that final turn.
So when I said, though, my open plan was to do Grand Abolisher into something else, though, I wanted him to see if he had any counter magic to blow up anything like that. Because I figured that he was going to start... I figured creature counters are a lot harder. So unless he has the Force, you know, or the Pact, I have to force him to do that. And if he doesn't do that, cool. The plan was to just nuke the board, set everyone else back extremely, and just set myself up. I had rocks in my hand. I was going to use 6 to just replay a Ristic Study or just drop a Traxa and pass. My plan was no matter what, I was going to have a huge board state and just continue on from there.
Right.
And they couldn't recover from it. But instead, we had a bunch of interaction burned, a bunch more interaction burned.
Right, like they fought over it. They fought over it and kind of gave you the go-ahead. Yeah, like gave you an open window because of fighting over the Grand Abolisher.
And the plan, I even kept saying multiple times, the plan is to nuke the board, set everyone back, so I can set up, and then we can try something for next turn. But instead, though, nope, he's gonna go for the win. Stop him. Sure, it's not on me. they want to stop it. Him casting the Pyroblast. The top card was Food Chain, so I'm like, okay, now.
So yeah, you had just exactly the 3 mana. I put you on Thassa's Oracle Consult that whole entire turn because I'm like, man, well, you guys are gonna run out of resources here fighting over the easily recastable. Like you can Grand Abolisher anytime you want to. So that was a little odd for me for them to set that up. I think they kind of should have just gave you the game because it was honestly your game to lose at that point, that whole entire turn. But yeah, rationale is really interesting. They let you resolve an Atraxa one time, would have been just incredibly dangerous. I think, I don't know, that was a tough one.
The game itself is a hard spot because Grand Abolisher itself, though, is not a card to just be like, oh, okay, that happens. It's one of those cards that's like, you know.
Yeah, you let somebody stick a Grand Abolisher, you just wait.
Yeah.
And what's your odds? Otawara?
Yeah, right.
Otawara and
Besage you something, unless you can
maybe, but I mean, like at that point, I think nobody had access to the Boseiju mana except for you, right?
Yeah, no
so
one has
just
green.
Otawara.
There's only Otawara.
Yeah, so and I mean, even then, he doesn't have Otawara mana, so he can't even do it. So yeah,
It was just rough, and the fact that I still had all that extra mana left over. I still had 3 more lands in my hand. I'm like, Grand Abolisher's coming out one way or the other.
Yeah, one way or the other, we're getting a Grand Abolisher. Because, like, I think if you had it countered the first time, you could run Grand Abolisher back, and you still have Thassa's Oracle Consult mana. You still have Food Chain mana. So, which naturally you just rip Food Chain after you resolve it the second time, and it's like, all right, we're in here. All right, we're good.
Once he played the Oppo agent, I was kind of thinking, though, is this going to hinder me at all? But then I was like, wait a minute, I just get cards off the top. Yeah, I don't got to worry.
The differences matter, yeah. I mean, you're good with an Oppo.
At least, luckily, the only land I had for turn, though, I got Gaia's Cradle off that, too, though. Mm-hmm. So, at least that way, produce extra mana.
Well done. Congratulations, Tyler, our Derby champion here. Everybody in the chat, go ahead and let's give Tyler some W's here for a well-played tournament. I think they're all tired right now. Everybody's all sleepy. Long turns. Yeah, been here all day, 7+ hours, long turns. I just want to thank everybody here for tuning in with us for this first annual Darkside Derby, cEDH Derby, sponsored obviously by Darkside Games and Cardboard Content. I've been your host, Chris Taylor, and honestly, you guys have been great. Love the energy, love the vibes. You guys keeping me going through this, and aside from that, I got nothing else for you but have a good game. Or GG's, I guess. I don't know. I'm tired. The energy drink wore off on me like 5 hours ago, so I am cooked. My brain is spaghetti. But thank you guys again for tuning in, and we're going to wrap this one right now. We're going to leave you with the table there in case if anybody else is talking, and that's it. Have a good one, everybody. Whew, man, I'm fucking exhausted.
I've only eaten like $3 ranters since I came here.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. We're ending stream now. Did you end it?
Yeah, not the stream.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining us, Chris. Thank you for being here, sitting in the hot seat.
My absolute pleasure.
Yeah. Till next time. I think we're gonna have another tournament, maybe next month, and it's gonna be for Magic Con stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, I think we're gonna give away like some events, like a 3-day pass or something like that. Something along like those lines. Stay tuned to Darkside or cardboardcontent.com. Well, not cardboardcontent.com. My YouTube.
YouTube, baby.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you.
All right. Thank you.
That was your second time casting Grand Abolisher.
Yes, the only way that it can stop at this point, though, plus is through him having Pact or Force. If I open with Culling Ritual, in my eyes, it's a lot easier to stop. This, at least hitting, though, means that I can resolve my card without the problem.
It's a hard argument.
Somebody resolves one of those. It's like, good night.
I'm not defending the Grand Abolisher itself. It is a terrifying